And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We will call this meeting to order. Under item number 1, land acknowledgement, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Tihonantadi, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
Thank you very much, Councillor DeLeo. And item number 2 on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Item number 3 on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. And I do have a motion resolved that the contents of the agenda of March 16th, 2023, 10 a.m. be approved as circulated. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor White, Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 4, deputations, presentations, petitions, and public meetings. We have 4 public meetings today. Our first public meeting, 4.1, is with respect to 21 Poplar Glen Road. This is a public meeting regarding a proposed site-specific amendments to the town zoning bylaw submitted for lands located at 21 Poplar Glen Road. The application being considered is proposed zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z11-21. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow the applicant and the public and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and provide feedback. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding this application. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. I'll turn it over to our Director of Planning, Mr. Herron.
Thank you, Worship. The PowerPoint presentation will be presented by staff to present an unbiased presentation of what is proposed for the benefit of council and for the public, and it will be followed up by an a PowerPoint by the applicant as well to provide greater detail. The planner assigned to the file is Samantha, and Samantha will take us through the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Good morning, Samantha. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So we're here today for the public meeting for 21 Poplar Glen, proposed zoning bylaw amendment Z11-21. So just a brief overview of today's presentation. So first we will introduce the applications, then we'll present the subject lands and proposed development. We'll provide a summary of the comments received today, outline the next steps, and then there will be a period for questions and submissions. The purpose of a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for the zoning bylaw amendment application. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public, and this provides an opportunity to the public for the sharing of written comments and making oral submissions to council. The zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to rezone the subject lands from the downtown core holding zone to the downtown core exception zone and establish site-specific provisions. The proposed development would consist of a 3-story, 5-unit apartment building. Currently in the planning application process, we are here at the public meeting. Next steps would include staff and agency review, a staff recommendation report to joint committee and council, a council decision, and then finally an appeal period. The subject lands are located at 21 Poplar Glen, as shown there on the slide. The lot has an area of approximately 0.12 hectares, a frontage of approximately 20.88 meters on Poplar Glen Road, and the surrounding uses include open space and existing low-density residential to the north, vacant lands, low-density residential, tourism accommodation, and commercial uses located within the downtown to the south. To the east are existing low-density residential uses and vacant lands within the downtown. And west of the property are existing low-density residential uses within the downtown. The existing official plan designation is downtown core. This permits existing low-density residential uses legally existing at the date of the adoption of the official plan, as well as medium and high-density residential uses, including triplex dwellings, fourplex dwellings, as well as low-rise apartment buildings and other residential uses. Commercial and community uses are also permitted within the downtown core as outlined within the official plan. The existing zoning for the property is downtown core with a holding provision, and apartment dwelling would be a permitted use on the property among other types of residential uses. Other non-residential uses are also permitted as is outlined in the zoning bylaw. The proposed zoning amendment would be to rezone the subject lands from the downtown core hold zone to the downtown core exception zone, and establish the following site-specific zoning provisions, which would include a reduction to the minimum required lot frontage from the required 25 meters to 20.88 meters, as well as reduce the minimum required landscaped open space from 30% to 17.27%. Planning staff have received comments from agencies with regard to this application. These include technical comments from Wasaga Distribution, Inc., comments from the MECP advising that all proponents complete a preliminary screening of their project to determine if there are any impacts on species at risk or their habitat. The fire department has provided comments noting that a fire alarm system and appropriate fire separations will be needed, and that they will be asking for a fire safety plan and the installation of a fire department key box. The County of Simcoe provided comment noting that they do not provide waste collection services to multi-residential developments of 6 or more dwelling units. Mississaugas of Skagog Island First Nation noted that due to capacity, they will not be consulting on this project. It's been confirmed that 21 Poplar Glen is outside of the MTO permit control area, and Enbridge Gas has no objection, and Bell Canada has provided conditions. Additional comments include comments from the MVCA, who have determined that no further circulation is required to this agency at this time. Canada Post has noted that mail delivery will be to a centralized mail facility via lockbox assembly room. The centralized mail facility is to be supplied at the owner's expense and installed in accordance with Canada Post standards. Huron-Wendat Nation noted that they're interested in participating in any archaeological fieldwork for this project and receiving copies of the draft report for review and comment. Additionally, planning staff have received one letter of objection from a member of the public. Some of the concerns within this letter include the impact on the quality of life for those who reside on and around Poplar Glen Road. It was also noted that Poplar Glen Road contains single detached dwellings and that an apartment would be a poor fit in the area. The land would be better suited for another single dwelling or semi-detached residence. There's concerns with increased traffic and noise, the disruption of the natural environment, and the impacts on privacy for existing homes due to overlook. There's also concerns about the impact on property values of surrounding homes, and it was noted that the application sets out to amend multiple bylaws, including decreasing required area for parking, and this could potentially result in improper uses of parking areas. It was also noted that there were reductions to frontage and rear space requirements, which shows that the building is too big for the lot. In addition to this, planning staff have also received a petition that includes 12 signatures. So this public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are providing an overview of the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet complete, and staff will provide a recommendation report to council at a later date. So thank you for everyone for listening to this, and if anybody in the public does have any further questions, they can be directed to the planning email there, and further materials can be found at the link. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Now the applicant and their agent will make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. So I'd ask the developers folks to come forward, or are they on Zoom? All right, there they are. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. My name is Vanessa Archer. I am representing on behalf of TD Consulting as the applicant and on behalf of the owners. I have been asked to share my screen, so I'm going to attempt to do that to get the site plan and everything up on there. Can everyone see the PDF that I have on screen?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so as mentioned by the planner there, we are proposing a 3-story, 5-unit apartment complex. And I'll just walk through the site plan to begin with, and then I will respond to some of the comments from the public as well. So our first page here is the proposed site plan. We have gone back from our original application that was brought forward over a year ago to revise this significantly. As you can see, the parking requirement has now been met. The rear setback is no longer being requested. We have moved the apartment building towards the front of the lot so that we could accommodate the parking in the rear. There was a reduction in the number of units from 6 to 5 in order to be able to meet those requirements for parking. Currently, the 2 requests that we are bringing forth are for the reduction in the lot frontage. I would like to point out that this is an existing lot of record, so we are actually just capturing the existing non-conforming frontage requirement there. We're not asking for anything further reduced. The reduction for the minimum required landscape open space is the real ask that we are seeking here to reduce from 30% to 17.27%. Again, so we have gone through and significantly changed the site plan so that we could meet the requirements of the other items. The second page here is just showing the interior layout example for the ground floor as well as the second and third floors. So showing the units and how we are making those components up. The the mail, as discussed from Canada Post, will be up in the top corner here of the building. We've accommodated for bicycle parking outside and all of the other requirements that were brought forward from planning and engineering that we've been working through. This page just shows the exterior of the dwelling. The components for whether it's brick or those items will be worked out through the rest of the process as well, but just to give an idea of what the exterior will look like. As I mentioned, I just wanted to touch base on some of the comments that were received from the public. I know that there was concern. Again, the reductions to the frontage and rear space. The frontage is only a request for capturing the existing deficiency on an existing lot of record. The rear space is no longer being asked for, and the decrease for parking is no longer being requested. This apartment building, as mentioned in the report from planning staff, is a permitted use on the property. And if anybody has any questions, I am here to answer.
All right, thank you very much. The town will now ask the public to speak if they wish to provide comment in favor or in opposition of the proposed development. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public online through Zoom to speak to this?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we have, I believe he might be here in person now, Mr. Rick McDonald.
He is here in person?
Yes. Would you like to come up and ask your questions or make a statement, Rick?
Good afternoon, Mr. McDonald. Welcome. We just ask that you turn the microphone on there, push the silver button in the middle.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks.
Good. My family's lived on this street for 45 years. I live directly across from the building they're thinking of doing, and it's a stop sign. where two roads meet. The roads all back there are 15 feet wide, so there's barely enough room for two cars to pass. We're all single dwellings, and as I've lived there over the years, I've seen houses built and, you know, following the rules. And that's been fine, but having a building across from us is a shock, that's for sure. And we're worried about the value of our homes, the safety of our children, because if these people start parking on the road, the road's not wide enough, so kids can walk out, and a lot of kids play there, and it's also a walking path to Walmart, so a lot of people use it. So a semi would have been fine. Nobody probably would have said a word, but, you know, for sure, no parking signs got to go up, and it has to be, you know, if it ever did happen, so nobody get hurt, you know. So that's pretty much it. I'd rather see a semi or something. I don't want to, you know, it's a small lot for a big building, and, you know, changing the bylaws for it is, I don't know, I've tried to do a few things myself and had the bylaws stop me, so, you know, I don't know how it's fair.
All right, thank you very much, Rick.
Bye.
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. Next, I have Mr. Hector Casanova.
Mr.
Good morning.
Casanova, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. What is the position of the town of Wasaga Beach in this application? Another one is there any precedent in Wasaga Beach for allowing the construction of dwelling apartments that does not meet the bylaws? Also, has the Township of Wasaga Beach analyzed and identified the impact traffic, municipal services, environmental noise, or made any study of the proposed amendments, if granted, creating a precedent for future potential applications in this area? And will the units be used for sale or intended to be rented? And I also, hang on a second. If the application is granted, in my opinion, it will set a precedent on, and several lot owners will be seeking the same. Also, I'm building a house on Park Drive there. I have to follow all the bylaws. I have to follow all the things that I've been told to follow by the building department and everything like that, so why wouldn't they have to? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'll look to our Director of Planning to answer what questions we can here today.
Thank you, Your Worship. I tried to take notes on all of the questions. Some of them I may defer to the applicant. So what is the position of the town of the Wasaga Beach? The town has not taken a position on this yet, but I don't think I captured Mr. Casanova's complete question. I'm not sure I'm fully answering it.
Just repeat the first question, please.
Yeah, the question was, what is the position of the Township of Wasaga Beach in this application?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Casanova.
I'll stay here just in case you need anything else.
The town has taken no position at this time. The application is going through the planning process. The town is required under planning legislation to consider the application and to take it through the planning process. And part of the planning process is actually having a public meeting and garnering comments from the public, which I appreciate you being here for.
All right.
At this point, it's all part of the analysis, the planning analysis, but I assure you that the town has taken no position at this point in time. The second question was, is there any precedent for a situation like this? The town is going through a transition, and through the years, decidedly over the past 20 years, we've experienced growth through greenfield growth, so undeveloped lands with new plans of subdivision. What we are experiencing now, and partly by direction from the province, is intensification, and this is reflective of that different type of growth. What we have before us is a change that was made to the official plan back in 2018, where the town created development nodes where intensification could occur. And this property is decidedly within one of those development nodes in the official plan, and that's why we're not seeing a request for change to the official plan at this point. It is, the request before us by the applicant is more based on trying to fit the use onto the site. I hope that explains your question.
Yep.
And has the town identified traffic? Traffic study, I believe, was required as part of the submission, and this one, if I could, I'd like to turn over to the applicant to respond to that.
All right.
Sorry about that. I was just looking in my files here. We were not requested to do a traffic report as part of the application yet. We do also have a site plan application that was previously submitted that will come forth after the zoning bylaw. We did do geotechnical and a number of other reports and arborist reports and other items. However, if a traffic report is required at any point, we would be willing to do that. Again, just the comment on the parking on the street, as mentioned, we did reevaluate and redo the site plan to accommodate for the parking within the site so that we are not going to have people parking on the street. Visitor parking is also provided through the site plan that was presented. So hopefully that kind of helps that answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director.
Thank you. And on the site plan component of it, the province recently changed legislation to the effect that site plan is not required for development where there's 10 units or less. This application, I believe the applicant actually did submit a site plan early in the process, and then the legislation changed, and the town was required to waive the requirements for site plan approval on this application. So that's why we have before us a zoning bylaw amendment only, and not the partner site plan. It's no longer relevant. The next question from Mr. Casanova was, has the town studied such a situation for future proposals? I think I'm capturing that, the essence of it at least. The town has studied future development in the downtown node, and we do have a good understanding, and there was a long public process to create the downtown node. There is a larger answer to that question when you look at the whole of the town. The town is currently undergoing an official plan update for the entire town, a zoning bylaw update for the entire town, and a specific West End study. So is there consideration for such types of intensification in other neighborhoods in town that will be part of the official plan and zoning bylaw update study? So there will be further discussion on that. And the next question was, are the proposed units for sale or are they for rent? My understanding is that they will be for rent. I would look to the applicant, Your Worship, to confirm that before we move on to the next question.
Can I just add something for, if you get there for rent?
Yeah, we're just going to get an answer first from here, and then you can ask another question, absolutely.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the intention is that they are going to be for rent. That was clarified with the planning staff as well. I just wanted to make one quick comment in regards to the site plan application. We did understand and we did have that question to the planning staff, and we did not receive an answer back. So thank you for the clarification on the not requirement for that now.
Mr. Casanova, you have another question?
Yeah, so now that they are intended for rent, hang on a second. Can restrictions be established for the rental period in order to avoid short-term Airbnb?
Mr. Director?
The zoning would allow, I believe, residential rental solely. I would look to the planner to confirm that the zoning bylaw currently does not allow short-term rentals.
All right, so do we have a planner here, either Samantha or Trevor, who could answer that question, or do we want to get back to Mr. Casanova on that?
Through your worship, I think it would be more appropriate if we could take that one back. I believe the director is correct, but I don't have the zoning bylaw here in front of me, so we can get an answer for the gentleman on that part.
Thank you, Trevor. So we will get back to you on that one. We just want to confirm and make sure
Okay.
that what we're telling you is accurate, Mr. Casanova.
All right.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it. Have a great day.
thanks.
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, I have Mr. Rick Bonnet. Mr. Rick Bonnet, sorry.
Your Worship, or past Your Worship, welcome.
Retired. Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for having this public meeting and allowing me to come to speak. I have a property on 16 Wood Avenue, which is directly behind this proposal. I just want to say that I have a few questions, and one is, and I agree with some of the neighbors, that this is a precedence to go up to 3 stories. There isn't a 3-story building. The nearest residential 3-story is on Stonebridge Properties, and they're not all 3 stories. There's just a few of the 3 stories, and again, when that was built, that was a whole development cleared from the beginning. There was no neighbors being affected. The next is about 1 kilometer away, or close to it, by Foodland, which is like 3 or 4 stories. It looks like a beautiful development. But this, everybody has like bungalows in our area. It's established. As I said, I've been coming here since 14 years ago. As a matter of fact, just last week when I came up, I had deer tracks in my front yard. Came right from this development in the woodlot, and that's the first time I seen deer tracks. So that is a concern. That it's going to be a precedence to go up to 3 stories. And understand the planner suggesting the province is all about redevelopment and densification, but then you also have neighbors that have lived a long time and invested a lot in their properties. So my concern is going up 3 stories for 5 units. Across the street on Wood Avenue, there's a beautiful two density buildings, right side by side, fits right into the neighborhood. Nobody complained about it. Nobody came to any public meeting. The visitor parking, so my question is, a couple of them, but you have 5 units, 3 stories, and 6 parking. So where are the visitors going to park? Is there going to be, so I guess that'd be to the consultant.
Madam Consultant, can you answer that question?
Hi. So the parking requirements from Wasaga Beach are that we have enough for each unit, plus a visitor, plus a handicap spot. We have met those requirements in the parking lot. If there's additional guests, that's not something that we can control, obviously, for any property, whether it be residential or multi-unit residential. However, we have met the parking requirements.
Thank you.
You might have reached the parking requirements, but any development, and as Your Worship acknowledged, I was mayor for a few years in Halton Hills. We sometimes ask for a little bit more because, as Mr. Costanza, I think, said or mentioned, sorry if I mispronounced her name, they're going to be on the street. The street is narrow. 5 units. What happens if somebody has 2 cars? What if 3 of the units have 3 cars? So that is a concern. Another request, and I'm sure it was in the site plan and I didn't see it, the property would be fenced off, and I'm just wondering what is in the site plan. I couldn't see it. Is it 6-foot solid wood, or to at least give privacy to the neighbors?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, the privacy fence is intended to be a type board double-sided fence, meeting the requirements for height.
Which are, is that 2 meters? I don't know your bylaw here.
Mr. Director, Trevor, can you answer that?
Through your worship, I believe it depends on where the fence is located, because there's different heights between front yard setbacks and rear and side, but the rear and side yards, I believe, is 2.13 meters, which is about 7 feet.
7 feet.
Thank you.
I was
Mr.
hoping-
Bonet?
Thank you. I was hoping to be a little bit higher because you do have single residential neighbors, and I'm sure they don't want to hear cars in the wintertime starting up. The other question I have, has there been a shadow study? And where I'm getting at is I have a beautiful backyard. I got trees all around. In the summertime, full of leaves, not so much now, but I'd like to sit on the back deck. The sun is on our back deck in the afternoon. My wife would like to plant a garden this year. She's looking forward to it. And if you get a 3-story building, I'm not sure how that's going to affect our backyard, which again affects our quality of life and our investment. So has there been a shadow study done, or will there be one?
Mr. Director?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to turn that one over to staff, if I could.
Through your worship, Ms. Hannah may correct me, but I don't believe a shadow study was required, as this is a 3-story building.
Would you agree with that, Ms. Hannah?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's a little disappointing because I'm sure some of the neighbors have gardens too, and I'm going to be in my backyard and I don't want to be in the shade, and especially on those nice nights that are going to be coming forward. So those are really my questions, and my comment is I think it's really setting a precedent to go 3 stories in this neighborhood when there isn't anything near 3 stories within a half a kilometer of residential. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak today.
Thanks very much. Have a great day. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. At this time, I'll just quickly ask for those participating on Zoom one more time if there's anyone via Zoom that would like to make a question or comment today. Okay, seeing none, Your Worship, I'll pass it over to you for any members of the audience that perhaps weren't able to register in advance that would like to speak today.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. So yes, I will ask if there's any other members of the public who wish to come forward and speak to this item. If so, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. I'll ask a second time and a third time. Seeing nobody, I will now look to council if there are any questions with respect to this item. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. It was unclear to me in the diagram related to green space. There's a good possibility that with 5 units, there's going to be a number of children. There was already some comment about children in the area seeming to play on a street that, from what was described, is maybe it is quite a quiet neighborhood, traffic-wise, I don't know. But is there, would there be room for any playground equipment, or is the rest of the space parking lot? What, generally speaking, with any development, there is some green area that would accommodate residents within the building to be able to have some outside activity. So that was not clear to me.
All right, I'll look to our planner for comment on that.
Through your worship, there is a communal amenity area that was shown on the site plan drawing for the enjoyment of the tenants. I'm not sure if Vanessa would like to bring up her site plan so she can show council and the public where that amenity area is.
Sorry, through your worship, I'm just trying to find my PDF again to share that. Just one moment.
Through your worship, it is on the town staff PowerPoint presentation. It's slide number 8. I'm not sure if Chris is able to bring that up quickly. Yeah. Chris, I'm not sure if you can blow that up. It's the area, so council, if you look at the diagram, it's the area showed it, you can see there's an umbrella, but that shaded area that you, correct, thank you, Chris, that's the location of the amenity area that they're required to provide.
All right, thank you, Trevor. Does that answer your question? Or you have a supplementary, Councillor Belanger?
Just, is there some dimensions that, I can't quite make that out, but it looks like it's a bit of a good size and is a bit of a buffer to the back neighbor.
Through you, your worship, it's approximately 50 square meters.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through your worship. If I'm correct, is this fairly close, like a 5-minute walk to the beach area? Yeah, to the main beach?
Yes.
So I get the concern over parking because it's going to be very popular for visitors, I would think, to come to visit at that building. So I think that has to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if the elevation is showing the street frontage, the front of the building. I'm confused about that. It's a well-established neighborhood, and I think it's important that the appearance is a nice fit. Excuse my voice.
Thank you. Do we have a slide or anything that'll show us that front elevation we can pull up?
Through your worship, I believe Vanessa's, the applicant's agent had a front elevation, I believe, on her presentation.
I think we did see one that
Sorry.
was front and side.
Yes, through your worship, I'm just trying to get this PDF to come back up. It worked the first time and now it's not wanting to, sorry.
That's technology. That's why we have a,
Yeah.
a wizard here.
Sorry, just trying to grab it here for you.
So through your worship, Chris, it was slide number 4 of the slide deck, the north elevation. Bingo.
Hopefully that's coming up now.
That's the south elevation. I think you need to go,
There we go.
there you go.
So this north elevation would be the front of the building.
And can you tell us the total height of that building?
I'm going to see if I can zoom in here to show you it a little bit better. There we go. 31.6 feet.
Thank you. Any further supplemental, Councillor Timms, or are you good?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm fine. I'm not pleased with the aesthetics of the building. I will have to do a little drive through that neighborhood and have a look at what that impact will be to that. I don't know whether that's a topic for consideration at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. One question I had to our presenter. You mentioned that these are going to be rental units. Are they at market value or are they more slated for affordable housing? If you can answer that, please, first.
Through your worship, there has not been a final decision on that. So I can't fully answer that comment.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you. We all know that there's a rental shortage in Wasaga Beach, especially for year-round accommodations. And as financial pressures and interest rates and everything else is coming on to families, it's making it more and more difficult to be able to purchase homes. So in order to have a balanced community, we need to be supporting and looking for creative opportunities to provide safe, affordable rental properties. So I'm liking that. And I get it, you know, in terms of the change. No one is comfortable with change. We've all come to love our neighborhoods, and And I too was faced with this a couple weeks ago, a development backed onto an investment property that I had, where suddenly my beautiful forest and dark night sky was going to be crowded with 2.5-story single-family homes. But growth is growth, and we've all invested in this community, and many other people want to come and join us. And it's not a locomotive that we can really stop. I'm also empathetic to people who have invested and have deep roots in the node of the downtown area. But as we see from the community plan and all the visioning that went in 2018, this is a mixed, mid-density, mixed commercial, condo-style designation. And this isn't the first, and it's not going to be the last. I think there's going to be lots of developments. But I think some of the speakers made really key points in regards to parking. A lot of areas in Wasaga Beach are very narrow roads, and they have minimal amount of shoulder to be able to handle snow load in the winter for clearance, never mind parking on the street. So I think parking studies and parking impact is important to do, and also to strongly consider the no parking signs. It looks like these are 5 two-bedroom units, and it looks to be including the handicap parking availability for 7 vehicles. And I know that, you know, if it's going to be at market rate and 2 bedrooms, oftentimes you need 2 working people in order to afford that. So I also have some concerns in regards to capacity for parking. I'm glad to see the green space, and I hope that there's some sort of feature that will be added to that to make it really attractive, rather than just being a grassy node. And that's all my points. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at the dwelling here, the pictures, it's not very aesthetically pleasing. Being in a residential area, I would have liked to have seen townhouses rather than a big building. Walking out of your door, you really don't want to see a 3-story building. I'm going to tell it as it is here. Like I said, I prefer townhouses. And as for parking, I'm hoping the builder will go back to the drawing board and add more parking if they're going to approve this plan, add more parking to the building. But I'm hoping, you know, this is not a final, and they'll come back and realize that in a residential area, it would be nice to put the townhouses so that people that have lived there for years don't have to be, you know, I'm not going to end up moving or being unhappy where they're rooted. So it has to be a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Any further comments from council? Seeing none, I will make my comments, and we will then move along. Listen, I hear people come before council on a regular basis, and we talk about the trees, we talk about the birds and the bees, which we all love, but at the end of the day, I think it's important we all realize that every house in this community was built where there were trees, birds, and bees at one time. And that the province and the federal government are very clear on the rules and regulations around planning and development, and often that town's hands are tied in this situation. Having said that, I would have no issue with this building if it was on Main Street, or if it was in a newer development or a newer subdivision where people who are buying homes are made aware that this is what they're going to be dealing with. And we see that situation very, very clear in Stonebridge, for example. When people bought homes in Stonebridge, they knew that there'd be 3-story buildings. They knew that there would be high-rise buildings. They knew there'd be commercial. It was made aware by the developer, so everyone was upfront and understood, and it was done properly. I really, really struggle, however, and I do believe that we have to develop and we have to have medium and high density if we're going to make living affordable in this community and every other community across the country, if not North America. But I struggle very much with having a building like this put in smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood that is extremely well established, has nothing but a single story, maybe a story and a half bungalow, and that the good folks who have lived here, as our first speaker, Mr. McDonald, indicated, for 45 years, is now possibly going to be faced to walk out his front door because he lives across the street and see a not very attractive 3-story building. That, quite frankly, I think is going to be crowded. We're putting 5 houses now basically on one residential lot. So I struggle with that. I have no problem supporting density, medium and high. I struggle with putting it in the middle of a very well-established neighborhood. So because of that, I'm sure when this comes back, we'll have more conversation, but I'm struggling to support it in any way, shape, or form at this time. But we'll see what comes out of this. If there are no further questions from council, comments and questions regarding these applications, I will now declare this public meeting hereby closed. Moving on to item number 4.3, a public meeting. This is with respect to 529 Sunnydale Road.
Sorry, Your Worship, we just have one right before that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss one? There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this one we're moving on to is a public meeting for 15, 17, and 19, 18th Street North, 305 to 313, and 315 Shore Lane, and 722 Mosley Street. This is a public meeting regarding the proposed site-specific amendments to the town's official plan and zoning bylaw for Haymount Investments Limited, development located at 15, 17, and 19, 18th Street North, 305, 313, and 315 Shore Lane, and 722 Mosley Street. The application being considered are proposed official plan amendments, application file number OPO2-22, and proposed zoning bylaw amendment, application file number Z0222. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow applicants, the public, and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and provide feedback. Please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive notice of any decision of council regarding these applications. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. And I'll turn it over to our planning staff. And it looks like Samantha's back on deck. Heavy hitter. Welcome back, Samantha.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the public meeting for Haymount Investments Ltd. proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So as an overview, first we will go over the purpose of the public meeting, go over the planning application process, introduce the applications, present the subject lands and proposed development, and then planning staff will provide a summary of the comments received to date. The purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments and feedback from the public on proposed amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw for lands municipally known as 15, 17, and 19 18th Street North, 305, 313, and 315 Shore Lane, and 722 Mosley Street. The official plan amendment application proposes to redesignate the lands from residential to high-density residential and create a site-specific exception. Zoning bylaw amendment application proposes to rezone the subject lands from the residential type 1, R1 zone to the residential type 3 exception zone and establish a number of site-specific zoning standards. The proposed development would include a total of 5 new townhouse buildings that would accommodate a total of 21 townhouse units. Currently in the planning application process, we are here at the public meeting. Following the public meeting will be the staff and agency review, a staff recommendation report to the joint committee and council, and then a council decision and an appeal period. The subject lands consist of 7 separate parcels that are municipally addressed as 15, 17, and 19 18th Street North, 305, 313, 315 Shore Lane, and 722 Mosley Street. The lot area is approximately 0.443 hectares, and it has frontage along Shore Lane, 18th Street North, and Mosley, with approximately 91 meters along Mosley Street and Shore Lane and 47 meters along 18th Street. Some of the surrounding land uses include residential, accommodation commercial, and the Nottawasaga Bay to the north, residential and the Nottawasaga River to the south, residential to the east, and commercial accommodation and residential and tourist commercial to the west. The existing official plan designation designates these lands as residential. Low-density residential would be considered to be detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings with a maximum density of 20 units per hectare. And medium-density residential would be considered to be semi-detached, linked semi-detached, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and townhouses and similar multiple dwellings at a density generally not to exceed 37 units per net residential hectare. The proposed official plan designation would be to redesignate the lands from residential to high-density residential and to create a site-specific exception. The site-specific exception would permit a maximum density of 53 units per hectare and would permit high-density development on the subject lands, notwithstanding policy 5.2.6.4 of the official plan, which limits access to high-density residential uses to one or two properly maintained driveways emptying onto collector or arterial streets. The existing zoning for the land is residential type 1, R1. Some of the permitted uses would be a single detached dwelling unit, as well as accessory uses directly related to the permitted R1 use. The proposed zoning amendment would rezone the subject lands from residential type 1 to the residential type 3 exception zone. Within this exception zone, the site-specific zone provisions include a reduced lot area and frontage, reduced setbacks to the front yard, rear yard, interior side yard, and exterior side yard, reduced width for the units, an increased lot coverage, specific daylight triangle setbacks for porches, and would permit a maximum density of 53 units per residential hectare. Other site-specific zone provisions are also requested from the general provisions, including increased porch, veranda, balcony projections, and overall area into the front and rear yards, reduced driveway widths, specified maximum driveway and garage widths, and increased width of abutting driveways along a common lot line. So planning staff have received comments from agencies. These include comments from Canada Post regarding service type, location, municipal and developer requirements, and the developer timeline and installation. Ontario Parks has noted no concern. Enbridge Gas has no objection. Chippewas of Rama First Nation have no comments. The MTO has confirmed that the property is outside of MTO permit control area. Wasaga Distribution Inc. have provided technical comments, and Simcoe County District School Board have no objections but provided standard conditions. Additionally, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks have noted that significant species at risk issues are not anticipated with the proposed development. However, the proponents are to complete a preliminary screening. Public Works and Engineering have provided technical comments and have noted that they would not be in a position at this time to support the applicant's requested official plan amendment or zoning bylaw amendment until the comments are addressed to their satisfaction. The County of Simcoe has noted that an archaeological assessment will be needed to be completed for the land subject to the development and site alteration. And Mississaugas of Skagog First Nation have noted due to capacity they will not be consulting on this project. Planning staff have also received comments from the public. Some of the concerns from the public have included traffic congestion and safety hazards, the impact on pedestrians and cyclist safety. It has been noted that Shore Lane is designated as part of the trail system or bicycle path system. Suggestions have been made with regards to alternative access and egress options, and they would also like to see a traffic study completed. There have been concerns about street parking and visitor parking, as well as concerns about increased density and consistency with the surrounding area. They've also noted that the proposed development is not consistent with the surrounding area, which consists primarily of R1 single detached dwellings, and that the proposed development appears to permit a higher density than other townhouse developments in the area. There have been concerns about snow storage, the location of the survey sticks, stormwater management and drainage concerns, and there have been concerns with future grading and soil disruption and the impact on surrounding property owners. We have also received comments regarding concerns that updates have not been made to the proposed development following the January 18th open house. by the applicants. Planning staff have also received one further comment letter yesterday, which also noted some of the similar concerns that were already discussed, but also noted concerns with the affordability of the proposed units, concerns with short-term rental, has noted that they do not like the design and don't believe that the development would fit in with the area, and is concerned about further developments in the area. So the public meeting is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are providing an overview of the applicant's proposal. Detailed review of the applications is ongoing but not yet completed, and staff will provide a recommendation report to council at a later date. So thank you for everybody. Questions can be directed to the planning email there, and further information can be found at the link. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. And we'll now look to the ladies from Haymont to come forward and make their presentation. Good morning, ladies, and welcome. Just ask that you please turn your mic on.
Fantastic. And we're just going to work out our technical things here. So with respect to our presentation, I believe that the municipality has it. And this is the clicker. Is this how it works, Doug? Yeah, is that Yes, yes. Okay, yes. Sorry, I was just working out the technical difficulties.
All right.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, members of staff, and the public that are here joining us today. My name is Carmen Jandu. I'm with Arcadis IBI Group. I'm the planning consultant for Haymount Investments, who I'm representing today. Beside me is Miss Julia Redfern, who is the Hammount planner, and she's representing Hammount. We're going to be doing a joint presentation to provide you with some additional information from what Ms. Hannah has provided. She has provided a fantastic technical overview of what we're proposing, so we're just hoping to just provide you that additional information. Before we move forward, I just wanted to give you a better understanding of the application history for this. The application was initially submitted in May 2002. We had additional information that was submitted in October, and we received our notice of complete application in November. At that time, we decided we should start the public consultation portion of this application, and we, with the help of the municipality. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me slow down, let me speak up. Thank you. Let me know if I've sped up again. Okay, so it's my height.
I have that problem everywhere I go.
It's my height. So we decided to start the public consultation process. And what we did with the help of the municipality is hosted a public open house at the Stonebridge Building Bay Beach House. And we received a lot of comments from the residents that were invited that day. The objective of that public open house was, again, to informally introduce the proposal to the residents and give them an open forum to ask questions, provide comments, and their first personal feedback. So, as noted by Ms. Hannah, the objective today is to hold a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act and now receive formal feedback from the public and from staff. Any revisions to the application that may result from the comments gathered from this point on will be reflected in a future subdivision of the application. How do I do this? I thought I would move forward in the presentation, but it turned off. Can someone help me? This is it? Okay, thank you. So, who is Hammount Investments? And for those who don't know, Hammount has been working with the town of Wasaga Beach since 1990s. They have a proven track record for elegant architectural design and thoughtful planning. Stonebridge by the Bay community was their first development in the town. And since then, they've been an active member in the community, supporting Habitat for Humanity. They support various community events, and they support local businesses. This is one of the many Hammount Investments developments that IBI has assisted with in the town, and we're really happy to represent them today. So Ms. Tanner provided a great overview of the subject land, so I won't go over this slide very much. I'd just like to also reiterate, though, that the subject lands fronts onto three existing municipal roads, including Mosley Street, 18th Street, and Shore Lane, all three of which are serviced with municipal water, wastewater, and storm. In addition to the information of the surrounding uses that Ms. Hannah had provided, the proposed development is also located just on the other side of the Moseley Village planning area west of 18th Street. This area is within short walking distance to commercial areas. It's very short walking distance to Beach Area 3, the Nottawasaga River, and it's located within a node that is approved with other existing high-density residential developments. The application that was submitted to staff considered the policy framework in its evaluation of the proposed development. The provincial policy statements, which encourages the increase in the mix and supply of housing, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which provides land use directions to local governments on planning for and managing growth to 2051, the County of Simcoe official plan, with its goal to direct the significant portion of growth into the settlement areas, where it's serviced lands that can develop communities with diversified economic functions and provide a range of housing types. Of course, we looked at the official plan for the town and the zoning bylaw, which we'll go over a little bit more in detail in the next few slides. This slide depicts the excerpt of Schedule A3 of the town's official plan that designates the subject lands as residential, as Ms. Hannah had pointed out in her presentation. However, I think it's important to note that the town's official plan, outside of the nodes that Mr. Heron had mentioned in his earlier presentation, the town doesn't identify medium density and high density land uses in the official plan. The official plan instead provides policies and listing criteria for the town and applicants to have regard for when regarding an application for redevelopment for medium and high density residential. That said, the official plan requires that all medium density applications be established through a zoning bylaw and a site plan approval process, whereas for applications for high density are established through an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment if required in the site plan application process. The applications today propose to redesignate the lands from residential to high density, with a site-specific exception that will permit the maximum density of 53. I just want to also clarify that the original application was for a smaller density. We had recently found out through the application process there was a road widening required on Moseley Street, so the road widening has been since adjusted outside of the concept plan, and that density is increased to 53 from 48. The amendment is in keeping with the planning process for all the high-density residential developments that are in the area and again within the town. I'd like to also point out on this plan, the area in orange is identified as the Moseley Village planning area, just west of 18th Street. As you all may know, Moseley Village is intended to be developed as a commercial area centered around a village-like theme. That's how it's written in the official plan. It permits a wide variety of commercial, hospitality, personal services, and all to cater towards local residents and tourists. Higher density in the official plan, higher density residential developments in the official plans are encouraged within this area and to complement that village-like theme. The proposed development has meets many of the design standards encouraged as a part of this special policy area, including architectural character to achieve that village theme, an appropriate transition of built form from adjacent land uses, reduced setbacks to encourage multi-unit residential development, and to promote that village concept. This slide includes an excerpt of the town's zoning bylaw, showing that the subject lands are currently zoned R Type 1 residential. We're proposing as a part of the application that we use the residential type 3 zone, which has as our base of the performance standards, with some modifications being proposed just to implement the development specifics of this proposal. As per the policy of the town, high and medium density is only permitted by way of amendment, and the amendments in place are following those policy directions of the official plan. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Redfern, who's going to go over the concept plan, some of the elevations, and discuss some of the public comments that we received from to date.
Thank you, Carmen. So the lands are proposed to be developed with 21 freehold townhouse units among a total of 5 buildings. 8 of the units are proposed onto Mosley Street, 5 of the units are proposed onto 18th Street North, and 8 of the units are proposed onto Shore Lane. The individual lot frontages range in size from 6.4 meters to 11.7 meters, depending on if it's an interior or exterior unit. The lots are proposed to have a 6-meter rear yard depth and 3-meter exterior yard setback. Each unit is proposed to be 2 stories and have 2 legal parking spaces, one in the garage and one in the driveway. The units will offer a mix of 3 and 4 bedroom options with a gross floor area ranging from 1,405 square feet to 1,877 square feet. The units are also currently proposed to have unfinished basements. Here you see the proposed elevation for buildings 1 and 5 that front onto Shore Lane and Mosley Street. As you can see, there are balconies and varying building materials, roof styles, and garage sizes. There is also separation between the second stories to enhance building articulation. Similarly, here you'll see the proposed elevation for buildings 1 and 4 that front onto Shore Lane and Mosley Street, each containing 4 units. Lastly, here is the proposed elevation for building 3 that fronts onto 18th Street North, which is proposed to have 5 units. Here's a preliminary rendering of Building 3. Front entrances are articulated with porches, overhangs, and architectural columns. Materials used include metal and asphalt shingle roofing, horizontal and vertical paneling, and shingle cladding. Tones of blue, brown, white, and gray are proposed to provide a color palette that is reflective of the town's coastal character. In support of the proposed development and complete planning applications, we were required to prepare several technical plans and reports to demonstrate project feasibility, including a geotechnical investigation, topographical survey, functional servicing and stormwater management report, preliminary civil engineering drawings, a traffic generation letter, floor plans, and a planning justification report, in addition to the site plan, elevations, and renderings I've just shown you. So after receiving our notice of complete application, we started to receive correspondence from the public with questions and concerns about the proposed development. So we decided to host a public open house in January where the public could come and engage in a less formal setting to review the studies and plans and provide comments and ask questions. At that time, residents primarily voiced concerns about increased traffic, the number of driveway accesses proposed onto the municipal roadways, where the stormwater will drain, where the snow will be stored, and related safety concerns. With respect to the increased traffic and number of driveway concerns, there was an initial traffic generation letter prepared by a transportation engineer to confirm whether Shore Lane particularly has the capacity to accommodate the 8 units on it, as that was all that was initially requested by the town. The traffic letter that was prepared used trip generation rates from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Manual, which is a nationally recognizable source for determining anticipated number of trips for a diverse set of land uses. And using a conservative rate pertaining to multifamily low-rise housing, it found that all 21 units would result in a total of 11 trips, 3 inbound and 8 outbound from 7 to 9 a.m. during the weekday, and 15 trips, 9 inbound and 6 outbound from 4 to 6 p.m. on a weekday. These numbers would typically have a negligible impact on traffic. However, town staff are now asking for a more detailed traffic study that addresses all the resident transportation-related concerns we've heard. So we have retained a transportation engineer to look at existing and proposed traffic conditions in the area, which will include a 5- and 10-year horizon period, both AM, PM, and seasonal traffic fluctuations. It will review the proposed driveway locations and sightlines with respect to industry guidelines and best practices. It will assess the suitability of the road system to accommodate the additional site traffic generated upon build-out and identify the need for any mitigation measures and recommendations with respect to cyclists, road configuration, and traffic. This study will be completed and submitted to the town staff for review as part of our upcoming submission before coming back to council for a decision. Next, I'm going to touch upon density. and why our fundamental design currently has not changed. First, the subject lands are located within the built-up and serviced area of the town, within proximity to a mix and range of complementary land uses like commercial, recreational, and institutional, and along a public transit route on Mosley Street and a shared right-of-way on Shore Lane. These are locational attributes that are supportive for residential infill and intensification as outlined in applicable provincial and local planning policy framework. The proposed development particularly is compatible with the surrounding existing and planned built form, and it increases the mix and range of housing options in the town, assists in achieving the county's proposed minimum intensification target of 50% for the town of Wasaga Beach to accommodate anticipated population growth to 2051. It results in a more efficient built form and is consistent with provincial policy direction for more homes. So as Carmen mentioned earlier, the reason we need an official plan amendment is because the development is considered high density, given that it is greater than 37 units per net residential hectare, despite also having a comparable dwelling type to medium density developments. The development is proposed to be 48 units per net residential hectare before dedicating the road widening to the town along Mosley Street, and then 53 units per net residential hectare after dedicating the road widening. This is consistent with high-density development on the opposite side of 18th Street North approved with a density of 45 units per hectare and 52 units per hectare. Additionally, the proposed regulations are generally consistent with the other townhouse forms in the area and do not result in any issues from a building code perspective. Moreover, it was also suggested during the open house that we consider internalizing the development access onto a private laneway, so there is only one primary access onto the street. After looking into this option further, it was found that it would either result in no rear yard amenity space for residents or a less efficient lotting pattern, in addition to requiring the establishment of a condominium corporation. Lastly, residents voiced concerns about drainage and snow storage. It was brought to our attention by residents at the open house that there are existing issues along Shore Lane and 18th Street North where water is pooling in the streets. So understandably, residents do not want the development worsening an existing problem. Therefore, it is important to note that as part of the planning process, the applicant is required to demonstrate that the water running off the property after the development is built is not permitted to exceed the amount of water that is currently running off the property. The soils in the area are sandy, which are suitable for creating stormwater management features that infiltrate water into the ground to help deal with additional runoff generated from the development. Currently, storm pipes and soakaway pit infrastructure are proposed to manage stormwater. The ultimate design will have to be reviewed and approved by the town before development proceeds. With respect to snow storage, we understand that Shore Lane is narrow, so we will be providing an easement in favor of the town to be used for municipal snow storage, in which no building encroachments are allowed. Additionally, we will be meeting the town's engineering standards pertaining to maximum residential driveway widths to ensure there's also adequate location on site for snow storage. And I will turn it back over to Carmen.
Thanks, Julia. You're welcome. So just in conclusion, the proposed development at hand conforms to the county policies with respect to intensification, growth in the delineated built-up area, an efficient use of lands that are within a serviced area, close to amenities, close to service, close to public uses. It conforms to the town's official plan policies by proposing higher density in appropriate locations close to other higher density developments, close to commercial areas, is on a transit road, is on an arterial or collector road, and it provides a broad range of housing for various household types, supports public transit viability, and active transportation being on the beach's loop. We don't anticipate, based on our information to date, any adverse impacts to traffic, and we are, as Julie had mentioned, going to update and make a more fulsome traffic impact analysis as a part of our next submission. The development, in my professional opinion, represents good planning. It's in the public interest, it's in the province's interest, and facilitates the appropriate type of residential infill and intensification within the town and beside the Mosley Village. So this concludes our presentation. The next steps would be to address the comments that we received from staff earlier in January. have comments back or responses back from comments that were received at the open house and from today, with a hope to get a staff recommendation report and decision by council later on this year. If approved for the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment, it's our intent to put in the site plan approval application, the part lot control application, and the building permit applications to facilitate the construction. The target construction start date is spring of 2024, and it's of course contingent on the approval of the planning applications at hand. So that actually concludes our presentation. And we're very, Julia and I are very happy to field any questions that the staff, council, or the public may have. And if there's any questions that we might have to come back to you, we would be happy to circle back to you once we've gotten some input from our sub-consultants.
All right, well, thank you, Carmen and Julia, for your presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online through Zoom who has questions or comments?
Thank you, Worship. I've been communicating with some of our members here. I'll just ask those participating via Zoom one more time if anyone is present that would like to make a comment or speak to this item. Please turn on your camera and microphone now. Okay, Your Worship, seeing none, I'll move to the members of the public here today that I do have registered to speak. And my first individual is Mr. Darren Bodell. No, I don't see him on here. If he jumps in, we can move back to him. Next, I have Miss Louisa Davey.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, it is afternoon. Thank you very much. I actually did write down some comments because I want to make sure I make what I want, the points I wanted to make. And I do want to thank you all for permitting me to speak. Some of my comments may very well be addressed by the time you get around to doing what I've asked to be done at the initial public meeting or open house that was done. But I guess there's a couple of things I want to say. First of all is I don't object to the development of this vacant land. I think that it needs to be developed. I think the streetscape needs to be better than it is, okay? And also, I want to say that although I certainly would have preferred that there'd be developed with, single-family residential dwellings, which was the initial plan back in 2010 when this was first severed. I recognize that higher density that's associated with semi-detached and townhouses and that sort of thing will provide more affordable options and will diversify the community. And I understand, we've mentioned the word several times this morning about intensification, and that's necessary. So I get all of that. What I do object to is the level of the density of this particular project. There is just too much density, particularly on Shore Lane. And I want to make a point that if you look at the package that I've looked at online, that it's been the position of the Wasaga Beach Planning Department from the get-go that there's been too much density. If you look at the comment response matrix in the package, you will see that in an April 21st, 2021 meeting, when the proposal was first brought forward, when I think they were only talking about 4 townhouse units facing Shore Lane, the planning department noted that the road allowance on Shore Lane could present access issues. The planning department also suggested that, maybe you think about alleviating the density concerns by having two single-family homes facing Shore Lane. And, at that time, they were discussing something that was clearly a medium-density proposal. And what has been the response of Hammond to these particular concerns? They've just ignored them and they've instead applied for something that talks about a high-density development. The planning justification document, which you have in your package, or at least what I've looked on online, describes this as efficient and compact built form. I would describe it as being akin to seeing how many sardines you can squeeze into this vacant this vacant area of land. Just look, if you will, at the changes in zoning that are required to make this work. The requested zoning changes would decrease the minimum lot area, decrease frontage and rear yard areas, decrease width per unit, decrease the width of some of the driveways, while at the same time increasing maximum lot coverage. I really want council and the planning department, I'm sure you will, to read the planning justification document submitted with care. The document is entirely premised on this view that this is a medium density development, but it's not. The planning justification document keeps referring to it as a medium density development. It's not. At one point, the document even says, you know, this is an ideal area for medium density. And then they go ahead and ask for a high density change. It's not an accurate characterization of what's being proposed to call it medium density. As said this morning, under the Wasaga Beach zoning, medium density for semi-detached townhouses and street townhouses, which is what this development is 37 units. The proposed amendment I had initially thought was going to be 48, is now 53. And so this planning justification document says that, you know, that's only slightly higher density than medium density. I may not have a degree in math, but, you know, when you're talking about density of 37 being the maximum, and you're now talking about something that's 53 or 48, you're talking about a 30%, more than a 30% increase in the density from medium to high. This isn't just slightly higher than medium density. This is a truly high density proposal. As you did this morning, and as the documents show, the justification is that this will not result in any public health or safety concerns, and that it's viable for the stormwater management, servicing, and traffic perspective. But if you look at the supporting documents, that's simply not true. You look at the stormwater management report, it references several factors that the planners are uncertain about, and it talks about using best efforts approach to stormwater quantity control to mitigate the impact of development. And then it goes on to talk about soak-away pits, but they've acknowledged that they can't put soak-away pits in the right-of-way on the units fronting Shore Lane because that conflicts with an existing gas main. Soak-away pits also can't be located on certain of the units fronting 18th Street because of setback requirements. So this best efforts isn't going to work. Stormwater management, and again this morning, section talks about the fact that this is Wasaga Beach and we have sandy soil which will act to mitigate the impact of the stormwater runoff of the proposed development. Yet, in response to concerns about the width of Shore Lane, the Hammount is proposing to pave over even more of that sandy soil, thus creating even greater areas of impermeable ground. You know, quite frankly, that storm drainage water management is going to be a problem if this site, as currently proposed, goes ahead, is implicitly recognized in the stormwater report itself, which suggests that this development may present an opportunity for the town to undertake local improvements to construct a stormwater drainage system to alleviate the poor drainage conditions along 18th Street, Shore Lane, and Mosley Street. So the engineer and those people who drafted that report said, you know, we know you've already got a problem with stormwater management. You could use this opportunity where we're going to increase the problem to fix it. Currently, the system's pipes are too small. That's what the stormwater report notes. They're placed in too shallow, which, by the way, you're going to have basements in an area. You're going to need sump pumps and other stuff to move things up to where they're supposed to be drained away, if you get my drift. In any event, it seems to me that the drainage and stormwater management issues raised by the report and the residents in the surrounding area is simply, the answer is simply not to permit this very high density, which will only cause more drainage and stormwater management issues by using and paving over so much permeable or absorptive land. This development will exacerbate and make worse the existing drainage and stormwater management issues and the pooling on Shore Lane, which is already a problem. And no amount of what they do on site with soak-away pits and the like will change that. On the issue of the surfacing, there's also the concern about snow storage. It may be less of a concern this year because we haven't had as much snow. But if you look at the rendering of the design, you'll see that it's mostly driveway with very limited space for snow storage. And because Shore Lane is not wide enough, it really doesn't have a wide enough easement to push back the snow from the roadway. So if we get snow volume like we have in years past, it'll become a real problem. I know that you're proposing a 3-meter easement along Shore Lane, but there's no easement on the other side, you know, where okay, well, yeah, sorry. Okay. So those are some of the things I wanted to talk about. Just, I guess, to urge you to read those planning justification reports. And I happen to be a lawyer by profession, but I was just dying to cross-examine the authors of those reports on some of the things that they've said, because it just isn't true, and it isn't supported by the documents. But I'll tell you, my main concern is, quite frankly, as a grandparent. I have 5 grandchildren. They are with me a lot, and they use Shore Lane all the time. Shore Lane is a shared route. It's part of the Beaches Loop Trail. It's much too narrow as is, and it simply cannot accommodate the proposed 8 driveways. You know, quite frankly, I don't think that the Mosley Street can accommodate those 8 proposed driveways either. And the planning justification report already recognizes that, because they talk about moving a bus shelter. And the reason they have to do that is because it's in front of someone's driveway. It will, we heard this morning and we saw at the open house this traffic letter that has been requested. That doesn't address any of the safety concerns previously raised. It's a traffic letter based entirely on a textbook table. It is not the traffic study, and I'm pleased to hear that at least that will be done prior to that. I think you also need to consider the fact that you know, traffic along there is different at different times of the year. Obviously, during the summer, because of close proximity to the beach, there is more traffic. But in the summer, what we also have is more dog walkers along Shore Lane, because you're not allowed to walk your dog on the beach, so everyone uses Shore Lane to get to the dog park, which is Beach Area 3. We have you ATV traffic from the park itself. We obviously have parking concerns, and I'm hoping that some of the other people address and talk about the parking concerns. The planning justification report, I think I heard someone say that their road was 15 feet. Shore Lane is about 8, right? Like it's not wide enough for 2 cars now. And the notion of having 8 driveways onto Shore Lane, which is where my place is, obviously is horrendous. But the planning justification report says that the pedestrians have a responsibility to use the roads in a safe manner, as there are no sidewalks in the area, rather sandy shoulders, which is a common characteristic of cottage country. The problem with this rationale is what this proposed development is not characteristic of cottage country. This high-density development is more characteristic of suburban infill, where you have wide roads and sidewalks for pedestrians. My family, including my 5 grandchildren, regularly and daily walk or cycle along Shore Lane. We are well versed in using Shore Lane in a safe manner. It's no answer to the safety concerns which the residents have raised to say, well, gee, just watch out what's coming out of those 8 driveways. I am truly, truly concerned for the safety of all of the pedestrians and cyclists, but particularly my 5 grandkids, if this development is permitted as it's currently configured. The current configuration, and you've touched on it this morning, but the current configuration of the proposed development is contrary to Wasaga Beach official plan, which limits access to both medium and high-density development to 1 or 2 properly maintained driveways emptying onto collector or arterial streets. 8 driveways onto Shore Lane violates that policy, as do 8 driveways onto Mosley Street. I just do not see why this configuration has not been amended to comply with that official plan policy. I heard that they tried this morning and it says it doesn't work. It would work if there were fewer townhouses and there was only 1 driveway emptying onto Mosley Street and 1 driveway into 18th Street. That is the norm for townhouse developments in the area, as evidenced by the 14 townhouses along Mosley Street, which border Shady Lane. That's between 15th and 16th Street. It's the norm for the 17 townhouse development just down the street on Dunkerin at Ivernau. And it's the norm for the 15 townhouse development known as Beach H2O along Mosley Street. They are all similar sized properties, and none have 21 townhouses on them. None of these developments have driveways onto Mosley Street or Dunkerin or 20th Street. All have only 1 driveway going in and 1 driveway going out. And that's what this development should have. The planning justification report doesn't offer any justification why this development doesn't or can't comply with that policy. There's just no reason for it. As I said, I actually read all of this stuff, and I could go on and on about how this particular development conflicts with the various policies of Wasaga Beach's official plan, the Simcoe County official plan, the health development policies, all of which are, designed to encourage recreation facilities by walking, cycling, or transit, all of which are offended by what they're proposing to do onto Shore Lane. But I'll just leave it at what I've said by highlighting the issues that I've identified and that they're well aware of, and tell you that certainly myself, my husband, and I know my neighbors strongly object to the proposed official plan amendment to redesignate these to high-density residential and to create a site-specific exemption which would allow the development to breach the 1 or 2 properly maintained driveways policy for medium and high-density residential lands. It is much too dense, and it isn't a safe configuration for traffic, pedestrians, or cyclists, quite frankly, using, from my perspective, Shore Lane, but I think the same thing applies to Mosley Street. You've got a four-way stop at Mosley, Dunkerin, and 18th Street. During the summer, there's already backup from that stop sign, or that where it is, to, quite frankly, past 17th Street. You can't have 8 driveways there. You certainly can't have 8 driveways onto a narrow shore lane used by pedestrians, cyclists, and other vehicular traffic. Those are my comments. I hope that the council and the planning department and the developer take them into account and come back with something that is much more tenable than what they've currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davey. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, I have Ms. Lori Skoko.
Lori, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you. Welcome to all of you. It's my first time seeing our new council. Great to have you back. Brian? So anyways, I'm Lori Skoko, and I reside just down the road from there. I can see it from my property at 346 Shore Lane. That's my permanent residence. It didn't start out that way, but the beauty of the area and the greatness of the people has attracted me, and we're full-time residents. And even before I've been here since 1997. Shore Lane is a great street. I'm a realtor in the area as well, and my office is at 35 Dunkerron, and I also represent the owner of the property at 35 Dunkerron. I manage the property, and they also have some concerns. Being there on the property, almost like a fixture at the beach, I see a lot of issues with safety on Shore Lane. Coming out of my driveway on Shore Lane, which is opposite the parking lot that you guys have, the municipal parking lot on Dunkerron, I have to be very careful. You have to look everywhere between bikes and people coming to enjoy the beach, coming out onto Shore Lane to make an access.
Lori, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to ask you to back away a little bit from the mic.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so, better? Okay. So, it's a real safety concern. And if you don't know, because you don't know the area, you're going to go your regular speed, and you're not going to know that you need to be careful that beachgoers are going to park in the lot, and they're going to come out through that access, and they're going to look for a spot on the beach, and you have to be mindful of them. It's on the biking trail. People are constantly riding on the bike. On their bikes there all the time. You've got wagons with kids going through. You have dog walkers as well. So all of those are a great safety concern, along with the flooding that we get. Anytime we have a big downpour, it floods near around the bottom of my driveway. It's far worse along Shore Lane, closer to 19th Street. So I'm between 18th and 19th Street. And eventually it just goes away. But we wait it out, and the sand is an issue. You don't realize that till you live on the beachfront, and you realize that the wind off the bay will blow. For instance, 2 days ago when we had all that rain, or sorry, not the rain, the wind. So a couple days before, we had gentle feather-like snow falling, and then 2 days later, the wind picked up off the bay, and suddenly, where you've cleared your path, you have a mountain of snow that reaches your rooftop that you have to walk over in order to get out of your property. So that's what goes on. That's the ecosystem and the nature that goes on. So a development this large in that property. And I remember when it was White's Mini Golf. I used to take my kids there all the time. And this area is gorgeous, and we're ready. I'm 100% in support of development. I look at every property owner as my neighbor. And as a realtor, it's important. It can prop up everybody's value, the right development. But let's face it, when I see that development, being a realtor and knowing, there's a lot of investors. There's a lot of people looking, what I see in what's going on in Wasaga Beach now. And there's a lot of wealthy people that maybe don't even live here, but know it's a prime area. You're right between, you're on this peninsula between the river and the Nottawasaga Bay. That's prime. Those aren't going to sell cheap. Those are not going to be helping our housing stock at all. I wouldn't be surprised if many of them end up being purchased by people that aren't even going to use them that often. Maybe some people will come and live there and join our community. And we have a very strong community in Beach 3. We have a sort of an independent neighborhood watch. We're not a registered, but we have a email system, we contact each other, and we use it mostly for safety and security. So if someone picks up something strange, like when all of our cars got broken into, we communicated, we called the police, we reported it, and we have our eyes open, and we know what's going on in the community. So we support development, but we just don't support anything that is quite so dense. Along Shore Lane, it's not very consistent. We have mostly single detached homes. I'm not sure why the developer didn't plan to do single detached along Shore Lane. And since 18th Street already has townhouses, they are 20 feet wide, the lots, and the two end ones are 30 feet. I know that because I sold those for the builder, and that was really hard for some of the people to see these towering townhouses there. But he gave them a little bit more space, and they're freehold, which makes a difference. There's going to be 14 townhouses on 18th Street South. On Mosley, we have townhouses. So it's not that we're opposing, or I am not opposing townhomes. I just am concerned about how many, and I'd like to see consistency along Shore Lane with single detached. For the developer, the market will allow, if you look at your margins, you can still, there's plenty of room for the developer to make a very solid profit on this development, which I can respect because you're in business to make a profit. There's no point in being in business otherwise, so I understand. But let's all work together to get the right kind of development in there, and that will actually add to the community. We have issues with access on 18th Street. Bungalows on the beach has their parking out front. They're a bit short on parking. They get a lot of people coming in. Sometimes 18th Street is actually blocked. The access onto the beachfront to get there, to enjoy the beach on 18th Street, sometimes seems blocked just with the number of vehicles that the cottage court has. So what I'm asking town council is just to please really go through it and take a look and see, and come and visit our community. I can show you what we're referring to when we talk about issues with traffic. In the winter, there are times when the snowbanks are taller than our vehicles, and you send your Wasaga Beach snow melting to carve out the path for us, and even in the best of times, two-way traffic on there could be very challenging, even in the summer. I also want you to note that visitors coming to the community will always like to enjoy driving along Shore Lane. So you have just sightseers just wanting to see what the street is like and look at the beach access and look at the cottages there. So we get a lot of traffic in the summer. And I've been around there since the heyday of Wasaga Beach, before the fire and all of that, when people had nowhere else to go but our beautiful beach. And I remember traffic from the main end, so from Beach 1, backed up along Mosley Street all the way to 18th. I could hear the engines from my property. Everyone was backed up on a Saturday night or Sunday after nice weather going down. Now, things have died off because of unfortunate circumstances that happen at the beachfront. But that's going to change with our development. So we need to also consider that when you develop the main end there, that's going to cause traffic to back up once again on Mosley Street. And when traffic is bad along Mosley Street, you can't get anywhere. Years ago, a bunch of uninvited or unexpected guests showed up on a nice hot day, and suddenly there was no more beer in the fridge, and you've got all these people there. My husband had to take me with the boat and I jumped off and I went in there and I got more for our guests, because you could not drive Mosley. It would take you 2 hours to get to the main end. I mean, it's not like that anymore, but things change over time. And how are we going to deal with that traffic? Now, that's a funny story, and I tell it sometimes, but I worry about emergency vehicles getting through there. Someone needs to call 911. You need an ambulance. How are they going to make it through? And so I know the previous councils, not like from years ago, were aware of that. And so I'm not sure if all of you are aware of that, but when Mosley backs up and we need to get vehicles going through there for emergency purposes, it's a challenge. So if you could just please consider that. And so at the end of the day, I realize that the province wants intensification, and I hear that a lot. But the province, those people making those decisions, they don't live in our town. We've got a lot of room in our town to intensify. They don't need to come right there in a valuable ecosystem that goes on there. You know, we see rabbits there. There's a red fox that runs around out there that we see from time to time. They don't necessarily need to come do it there. So I think we should do the right planning there, because at the end of the day, you know, are we really prepared to sell out Wasaga Beach? Are we really going to do that? We do the right thing, and the community in the area is very active, and they would definitely work alongside anyone who would like some input as to what the lifestyle is. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lori, and thank God you had a boat. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, I have Mr. Ross Zammit.
Mr. Zammit, welcome.
Thank you. And the councillors. I am the next door of this project, and I see that, first of all, I got ripped off on the survey where I was told, that they had contacted my surveyor, that it was, they agreed that it was where it should be, and they put a stick over here, and I have my bar over here, and I explained it to the owner at that opening here, and he says, no, it's everything okay. He says, you were talking to me that time at his lawyer's office. So me trusting them, I don't know what should I do, because he claimed that he spoke with my surveyor that I hired back then, which was Mansfield, Fred Mansfield, I remember, and they spoke to him, and I told him I couldn't get a hold of him because I just couldn't. Like he retired apparently. So anyways, I got stuck with that, and I got a photo picture of it where the bar is here, and he's saying it's okay, that bar is okay, but he's got the stake over here. So it's almost 10 inches away from my dispute. Another thing, when I spoke to him on that thing there, he's saying that he's gonna slope. I asked him where the water's gonna be, and according to the water management that they done the survey, they said there's overflow from that area onto my property. If you go in there, it doesn't matter how much it rains, there's no overflow coming from that area as of now, coming onto my property from either way. So if they're trying to say that in the future I'm gonna have that problem, because they already wrote it down in some states, right now I don't have that problem. I've been there now since 2014. I never had any overflow from next door, as they claim that that I should be having there now. Even from the Mosley, they said that I'll be having the overflow from Mosley. You come certain on a heavy raining day and see if anything that comes from Mosley onto my driveway. The only thing that comes from my driveway is whatever is just on the slope. Another thing, so I have the a retaining wall, which I got right beside this house, a concrete walkway by the side of my house, and it's elevated from this level ground that he's got there. Now, I haven't heard any concern, because I told him I need to know what's going on there, because once they dig out there, that retaining wall or whatever I got there and that slabs of cement, eventually it's gonna come down if he doesn't do something about it and protect my walkway. So he's saying that he's gonna be sloping that water all the way from 18th Street towards my property. He said he's gonna make it sort of gradually. I asked him if he's gonna put any water drain basin to catch it. He doesn't know that, so I would like to know whether is there going to be, if this project goes through, if there's going to be any water basins to catch it before it gets to my place and flood my neighbors, because that's quite a bit of water that's going to be coming from those backyards onto, it's going to create like a river. Another thing, when they say about the 3 meters of snow storage, I like the councillor to put the elevation of on Shore Lane especially, with a only 8 feet street that we got there. Could they put the elevation of that Shore Lane 301, I mean, of the new property?
Yep, Chris, can you find that? Do we have an elevation, Doug or Trevor, that we can put up?
I just seen it on there, I mean,
Oh, okay,
it's
so
gotta
it's
be
there?
on there.
Through your worship, I believe the gentleman's asking about grading
The elevation
elevations.
of the house and everything on Shore Lane, how it's gonna be sitting.
Okay, one second, Mr. Zamet, we're trying to find
Sure.
that for you.
Okay, now.
Is that the one?
I don't know if that's on Shore Lane or not.
Building 1 is on Shore Lane, sir.
That's on Shore Lane? Okay, if you tell me, because they say they got 10 feet, more or less, we're going with by feet, reserved for the snow. Can you tell me, between that garage, the walkway, and the street, where's that 10 feet they're talking about for storage of snow? Because I don't see it anywhere there.
So, Mr. Zamet, I think they were describing 10 feet from the road to the property for snow storage for the municipality when we plow the road. Are you thinking?
But what's gonna happen? They gotta clean their driveways. It's not gonna stay in front of their driveways.
So
They gotta
you're
push it
speaking of the
somewhere.
driveways, is that correct? I
Yeah,
just want to be
because-
clear on this. You're speaking about the snow from their driveways or snow from the
From the
road?
whole area, because they don't have any in-between, where most residential detached homes, they got 6 feet setbacks on each side, so you got 12 feet where you can pile snow. There's no place where you can pile snow there. They already have a problem with the other townhouses existing now, pushing it across the street where this project is gonna be. They have no room where to put it.
I'm just going to get an answer from that, Trevor.
Thank you, through your worship. Perhaps it would be more advantageous, Chris, if you went to slide 8, which is the actual site plan drawing, and that way perhaps zoom up on the site plan, and perhaps that would help the gentleman explain his point to council on snow storage. I'm not sure the building elevation does him justice. Yeah, if you could zoom up on that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we can't zoom in on that, is that correct? Okay. So this is the parcel in its totality, showing Mosley 18th Street and Shore Lane. And I think if I understand you correct, Mr. Zamet, your concern is where will the folks put the snow from their driveways?
Right, because with the snow machine, he's gonna be going eastbound, he's gonna be pushing it towards my walkway and my garage there, because I got 50 feet frontage, all that snow is gonna go there. I'm the only one, because they have no capacity to hold snow in front of their property.
Okay, question is noted.
Another thing, you know, it's a shame because if, for future generations, you know, that sliver of Wasaga Beach, I mean, it's more unique than the other rest of, I'm not putting the rest of the other Wasaga Beach down, but it's a unique strip where it should be preserved, where should be realistically single unit homes there, not, you know, on a 50 feet or minimum 40 feet of a lot within that area, strip area, because there will be people there that they'll be coming and they like to build something beautiful there that will really stand out for the whole Wasaga Beach, really, that sliver of land that there is there. It's unique to preserve it than just putting everywhere townhouses and congest it. There's Wasaga Beach, there's big enough land to come up with, you know, high density areas. Then if they want to build high density, maybe they use Main Street, because since it's downtown, that should be appropriate for a high density area. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zamet, for your comments and your questions. Madam Deputy Clerk, anyone else?
Thank you, Worship. I have now Mr. Sean Zamet.
Sorry, what was the name?
Sorry, Mr. Sean Zamet. He's just getting dressed.
Oh, he's putting his clothes on. Okay. All right, Mr. Zamet, number 2, welcome.
Hello. A few questions. As my father was trying to say, I have a property on 739 Mosley, and I was looking at asphalt in the driveway, and I had a contractor that does a lot of work for Wasaga come and take a look at the job for us, and he refused to do the job because what me and my neighbor would like to do is we wanted to butt up our asphalts to one another to give us the room. And the contractor said, no, we can't do that because the city of Wasaga and the bylaws don't allow it. What I don't understand is how money gets to change bylaws and how they get to change councils and mayors' decision on how we build things.
Before you go any further, Mr. Zamet, I think it's important to make it very clear that with all due respect, there isn't any amount of money, in my opinion, that can change the decision of members of anyone on this council.
Well, I'm not saying the money directly. I'm just saying the money, period. Like, I can't sit here and have an exhibit such as this for my driveway because I would like to asphalt my driveway.
Well, I can tell you that at any time, you can come before council and speak to staff here at the town with respect to your driveway or anything else on your property. And what I will tell you is that as long as you or any individual in this community, including developers for that matter, follow the rules, the process, and meet the standards required under the Planning Act, then it's an equal playing ground for everybody then.
Okay, so I'm confused. I'm sorry.
That's
I thought
fine.
we're here to change the fields.
No, and I understand that,
Is
and
that
I
not why we're
appreciate
here?
why you're here and what you're saying, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest. When you make comments about money, however, I think it's important that I
No,
point
I'm not
that out.
saying that the council or anything is in the pocket of the builders. You're suggesting that. All I said was how...
No, Mr. Zamet, I am not suggesting anything.
Okay, well, I never
I'm
suggested
simply
that.
trying to clarify something.
Okay, no
All right.
problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
Carry on.
Okay. I've been here for probably about 6 years with a cottage. Came up here maybe 8, 9 years at Cedar Grove. Got my parents up here. They really liked it. My father started investing his money up in Wasaga, Stayner. I bought a farm in Stayner. The problem I have here too is that, yes, you guys are talking about how we want to grow the city and we need homes, and we need the population, and we need to bring immigrants into this country. My daughter has a very bad asthma, where she was number 3 in Ontario, the province of Ontario, for gymnastics, and she has a really terrible asthma. I went to 5 different walk-in clinics and family offices where they even threatened to call OPP on me because all I was begging was for a simple prescription for my daughter, so I didn't have to throw my daughter in a car and drive all the way down to Mississauga to get her a prescription. So I really think that the people here should be addressing the concern of medical up here, medical attention. The hospital is terrible.
So again, Mr. Zamet, we understand how important
I know, but if you're going to be
medical service,
populating
Mr.
the city
Zamet.
and telling us how we need to populate and put population into the city, we need to have
But
the
what
health
we
plan
need to,
and care.
Mr. Zamet, we need to stay on the topic.
Okay,
And
next.
that's
Okay, that's
another
fine.
discussion I'd be happy to have with you.
Okay, cool. We'll have that discussion. Another one is the snow. Once again, as my father was saying, the snow is ridiculous. Like, the snow is just, I have the place rented out now, but when I would come up here, the snow would be this high on my driveway. It would be just, the snow would be like that. I would have to put my children in another cottage of my father's, and I'd have to spend 3 or 4 hours because the snow is just getting blown over. So now with those units blowing their snow over, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy ridiculous. Once again, as a few of my friends were mentioning, Shore Lane is known for Shore Lane. People that don't even know Wasaga, and I say that, you know, my family, my father has a place on Shore Lane, they think we're rich. It's a beautiful street. People like to go there and enjoy and look at the cottages. 2 cars can't travel that road. It's impossible, especially in the winter time. As they said, we enjoy walking our dogs. We need to get Shore Lane to get to the beach for Beach 3 for our dogs. Can't use the beach. So that's another one. I'd like to just mention that my children as well, and all the children like to use that street. What was the other one here? I was just about to, the traffic. Once again, touching on my daughter again. Yeah, it could take 45 minutes to get out of my driveway. I'm a big guy. As you can see, I get somewhat aggressive. So 45 minutes is only because I take my car and I put it in the middle of the road and I tell everybody else to go screw yourself. I'm paying taxes. I got to get my daughter to the hospital. But there's times that it could take, shake your head, Richard, that's fine. There's times it could take 45 minutes.
Mr. Zamet, again, with all due respect, I'm going to ask you to keep your comments, please,
Okay.
to the subject at hand.
Okay,
Do not address other members of council. You can address me as the chair.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. I just don't like people.
That-
You know what I mean?
That's
I was
fine.
taught if you're going to whisper it loud so
So
everybody
let's
can
stay
hear.
on subject, okay?
Okay,
Thank
sorry,
you.
sir. So, yes, the traffic is crazy. You can't get in, you can't get out. My cousin has a place where the new Wasaga ice rink, and it took her over 2 hours to get to 18 and Mosley. Secondly now, or my last one I'm going to touch on is how you mentioned the IBG group has been here for 40 years and idol models to the community and everything else, and they've done so much for the community. I'm just curious, have they donated money towards the Wasaga ice rink or towards maybe a new hospital that's coming forth, or?
Sorry, who are you speaking of?
The builder.
In this
Because-
particular case, Haymont?
Yes, because the lady that was here earlier was saying how they're a model group towards the city and how, you know, they're here for the community.
we're off
They're here
topic.
for the community. So I'm just wondering, like in Mississauga, we have a builder called Orlando who just donated 150 million to Trillium. So I'm just curious and wondering, when she says that they're, you know, here for the community, what does that mean? Are they here for the community
So,
building?
Mr. Zamet, you're way off topic again here, but I will clarify with you,
Mm-hmm.
in all fairness to Haymont now, that Haymont Investments has given a ton to this community over the
Okay.
years. They really
I
have.
was just
Through
curious.
donations and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So, but that is irrelevant to what we're talking about today.
Well, it was brought up by our friends when she was speaking on their behalf.
And that's fine.
So I thought maybe I was just going to touch on it because I was unaware.
So you've asked and it's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I see I'm upsetting you.
but I do that with everybody. You should meet my wife. I guess that's it then.
All right, thank you very much for your
Thank
questions
you.
and comments. Madam Deputy Clerk, anyone else?
Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes my list of the formal registrations, and I'll turn it over to you to see if there's any other members present.
All right, thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience who has any questions or comments on this matter. Please come forward. Good afternoon. State your name and address for the record, please.
I will stand back.
All right.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, thank you. My name is Bruce Bowles. I've been a resident of Wasaga Beach all my life. Mr. Mayor will know the family quite well. Lived around the corner from this area for 60 years, and I'll try and keep my hands out of my pocket. It'll probably be the first time you see a cop agree with a lawyer and a real estate agent. And in this, yes, in this regards, Your Worship, and I'm not going to bore you with everything that they've touched on. What I want to talk about is the word intensity. Intensity has been used like a hammer in the last few years to justify growth. And originally, intensification was meant to be to make affordable housing. Nothing in this development is affordable. These properties will go for probably millions, and they will not add really to the enhancement of the beach. Guidelines were developed for intensification by a number of municipalities, respectfully blends into existing building framework, creates an attractive and safe pedestrian realm, supports transportation of all types, and results in the thoughtful and attractive design that contributes to the local neighborhoods and the town as a whole. I don't see that with this. This is a public safety nightmare from somebody who spent 35 years in law enforcement. I spent many years giving evidence in civil court for accident investigations, and you're allowing something here, 8 driveways backing onto Mosley Street within close proximity of a stop sign, less than 300 feet, and I'm not sure why any planner would allow this given the neighborhood. Parking would exacerbate the issue of public safety. The driveways, as they said, indicate 2 vehicles, 1 in the garage. Modern driveways and modern garages do not accommodate modern vehicles. You can drive in, but you can't open your doors. So 8 of these driveways are 3 meters. The average car is over 2 meters. You pull that into the driveway or into the garage, and you can't open the doors. So you've got a 1-car driveway. Statistics have proven that most Canadians have 2 cars. 30% or more have 3. These are going to be dwelling houses with potentially families. And as somebody who has elder kids, I sometimes have 5 cars in my driveway. You can't do that here. And the other problem is it's not a good location for on-street parking. There's nothing there. You can't park on Shore Lane. If you park on Mosley Street, you have to park on the bike lane or that little pedestrian strip. If you park on Duncarron, you're in front of the parking lot, which is there, and I will speak to later. But the other side of the street is developed, and parking in front of their places would be problematic. You can't park on 18th Street. That's just not going to happen. You can't park on Old Mosley because of the proximity to the stop sign. Typically, at a stop sign, there'll be no parking within, I think it's at least 80 feet. So that precludes, you can't park in front of the houses or the townhouses because of the closeness together. There's no room for a car. The parking lot down the street you could use to park. That's a whole number matter. I've submitted my document to you, and I hope you read it, and I won't go on that. I won't go on that. Basically, this is a safety matter. If you're putting another 14 townhouses on Mosley Street between Mosley, or Old Mosley, and Duncarron, you're going to do nothing but make it even worse. So from a public safety matter, it really doesn't fit any of the guidelines that are intended for use for the word intensification. It's not affordable. It really doesn't add to the community, although I desperately want to see something there. And it doesn't add to the flow of pedestrians and traffic. And that's all. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you very much, Bruce, and good to see you. If I remember correctly, Bruce's mom and dad run a drugstore, Bullseye DA in Wasaga Beach, for many, many years, and they clearly understood what customer service in small town was all about. It wouldn't be unusual for Mr. Bowles to come down from their home apartment upstairs at 11 o'clock at night to get a family something that they required because a child was not feeling well or whatever. So good to see you, Bruce. All right, ma'am, please come forward. State your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Fazero, and it's 280 Shore Lane.
Welcome.
So first off, I'd like to say thanks for listening to all of us. I agree with the majority of the comments that have already been issued today. I would like to talk about Shore Lane and Mosley Street in particular. Historically, road names have been descriptive, and that's true in this case. These have been in existence for a long time. So Mosley Street is a street, and Shore Lane is actually a lane. So when you drive on Shore Lane, and there's two cars, in the summertime, one goes over on the sand on one side, and the other goes on the sand on the other. In the wintertime, you have to find a driveway you can pull in order to let the other people pass. So the point is, these are both physically and functionally different roadways, but they're being treated the same way. And Shore Lane is less than half the width of Mosley Street, but it's being expected to accommodate the same number of driveways and dwellings as Mosley. And I know everyone's saying that they can park in the garage, whether they can open the doors or not. But most people don't park in the garage, they have stuff at the garage. So that's kind of a misleading statement. Earlier you had mentioned that one of the comments was that it should be one entryway. We had talked about an L-shaped entryway, which would be removing any exits onto Shore Lane so that we could have maybe coming in off 18th Street and out onto Mosley or vice versa. And that would change the development number of buildings, but it's also still feasible. What else? The density for this development is far too high. I'm totally in favor of having something there. It's the reality of what we live in. But high density is beyond what's needed for the area, which is essentially an established community. And medium development, medium density based on an L-shaped driveway in and out would probably be more acceptable to everybody. I'm pleased that there's going to be a traffic study done, but it has to include summer traffic, including pedestrians, bikes, and everybody else. It's not part of Mosley Village, even though it's on the other side of the street. so I just want to make that clear. And back to the water runoff. So currently, it's an open lot, so all the water eventually seeps into the sand. But with the development, especially this size, much of the area will be covered in non-permeable surfaces. So I'm not clear how water runoff will be mitigated and not increase the current water runoff if you've already covered up all that area. So that's about it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak to this matter? Please do so. State your name and address for the record. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
My name's Mike Karstens. I live at 743 Mosley Street. I'm not really too pleased to getting up in the morning and looking in someone's bathroom window when they build this thing. It's going to be right directly across the street from me. This is good. You guys had it set for like 5 houses. Why are we going up so high? Why is it going to be such a high-density place now? I know you got to jam some more people on this planet in Wasaga Beach. But we don't need that. You guys got lots of other places to develop this size of a unit. I don't think this is fair to all of us that are around there. You're going to have vehicular problems. You're going to have a lot of people getting smashed up at that intersection. You're going to have people getting smoked, dogs getting squashed. This is not good. You guys got any questions for me? Go ahead and ask me. Let's let her rip.
I don't believe we have any questions for you, sir.
Yeah, so
we are here to listen to your questions and comments.
where's our fire hydrant going to go that's across the street from me? Has anyone thought of that? No. You guys know where you're putting your bus stop?
These are all great questions, and as you can see, staff are writing like crazy, as is members of council, so that we can have a look at all of that, answer all those questions, and determine that.
You know,
keep in mind, folks, that this meeting is not a meeting to make a decision. This is part of the process. There will be other times and other meetings to do with this this development.
Now, your snow problem, nobody's really explaining that problem. You say you got snow storage. Is that what you do? Put it in a wheelbarrow, take it around the backyard? Because when they get loaded up from that snow plow, I live right there, man, I see it. When they get loaded up with that snow plow and they get their snow blower out, they got nowhere to put it. When you got double lots like that, with double driveways, you're gonna have wars going on over there. Neighborhood wars happening. If they start snow blowing across the street to me, I'm not gonna be a happy camper. So you guys gotta design something a little bit better here, because it's way too tight, way too crowded. We don't need high density in that neighborhood. I'm gonna lose all my sunshine in the nighttime, in the afternoon. I get it off the bay. I'm not gonna be able to see the lights off of Blue Mountain anymore because I'm gonna be looking in someone's bedroom window or someone's bathroom window. That's gonna be really enjoyable. You guys, it's way too tight, too much. You're gonna squeeze too much into a small area. It's not good. Okay, you guys figure it all out. Get back to me. Thanks.
We will hopefully do that. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to come forward and speak or ask any questions, please do raise your... We'll let this gentleman come forward and then you can come back. How's that? All right. Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Philip Horgan, 18 18th Street.
Thank you and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, councillors, administrative staff, and my neighbors. It's good to see you all here. I've heard some really good things today. And I especially like to thank previous speakers, in particular the first speaker. She was outstanding, and I think she really hit home with all the issues that we are concerned with as residents in the area. But I just wanted to, I don't want to take up too much time today. We've been here long enough, but there's a few things I want to bring to light here. So I agree with a lot of the previous points. You know, there is a lot of snow in that area. We get a lot of blowing snow off the Georgian Bay. We probably get more than the rest of Wasaga Beach, and we get a lot of lake effect snow, obviously. So I don't know where I don't know where to put the snow I have now. So I don't know what's going to happen with this development of 21 units. I too agree. I think it's too dense for the area, and in particular, it was mentioned earlier by one of the speakers about flooding on 18th and I think Shore Lane, there's some flooding. But I live at 18th Street, and I can tell you when it rains or that snow melts, I have a huge flood in front of my house and number 16 next to me and number 20. Like sometimes it comes, the last time I took pictures, I have pictures, it's come halfway up my driveway, so there's not very, there's an issue there with drainage, and I think we need a sewer there, really. So that's a grave concern of mine with driveways that'll be across from me, right? And finally, I wanted to talk about, all the traffic. I mean, I spent 40 years of my life in public transit, and I'm very aware of traffic patterns and congestion. And I can tell you at the corner of 18th and Moseley, where Moseley jogs there, the traffic already is an issue. And if you have driveways off of Moseley there, it's going to be very difficult to get out of your driveway there, I'll tell you that right now. And I could see down the road a traffic light there. Might have to have a traffic light there because sometimes it's really hard to get out, even out of 18th Street sometimes. One of the other issues I had was Shore Lane. Shore Lane is a lane, right? It's not a road or a street, it's a lane. That's why it's designated as a lane, Shore Lane. So the proposal was to widen the area there, and I had widen the road there, the easement there, and I had concerns about, illegal parking there in the summer when people come up to the beach. I could see that issue there. There's already a lot of traffic on that road, but the traffic on Shore Lane is usually bicycles and pedestrians and dogs. And in closing, I wanted to talk to you about the trees, the old growth trees on the north side of that proposed site. There's a row of old growth trees there, and they're indigenous of the trees in this area in that they're windswept. Their growth is windswept by the westerly winds that come off the Georgian Bay. And I have a painting in my home by a group of 7 artists, A.J. Casson, and he's painted those trees there. Not in that particular spot, but trees that are indicative of this area, and that, is a signature of this area. And I asked about those trees at the open house meeting, and the young lady here told me that, they'll be cut down, right? Now, Your Worship, I heard your comment earlier when you said, everybody that has a house on a property had to cut some trees down. And I agree with that statement. That's probably true, but these trees, I would say, I don't know, I'm not an expert in trees, but they're beautiful and they're very big, and they have to be 100 years old or more, and I would like to see them saved. The Earth, the planet, doesn't have a voice, right? And when she speaks, she usually speaks pretty loud with a flood or an earthquake or whatnot. She has a loud voice at times, but we are the stewards of the earth. And I agree that we have to have development and we have to have growth, but we have to think about the earth as well. And these trees, being the stewards of the earth, I think we need to think about that before we just say, cut them down in a nonchalant manner, right? There has to be some real thought to that. These trees, God put them there for a reason, right? And when we just cut things down like that, and we ravage this earth, well, then she fights back, right? So that's a bit of a concern of mine. Anyways, call me a tree hugger all you want, but I have some concerns for that. And that's all I have today, Your Worship. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And we won't call you a tree hugger. We'll just call you a concerned citizen. How's that? All right. Is there anyone else? Oh, yes, ma'am. You wanted to come back, Ms. Davy? Where's your robe?
How's that? No. I just want to make sure that after this meeting, I'm hopeful that the developer will go back and actually listen to all these comments and reconfigure and make some changes to what's currently being proposed. I'm assuming that if that is done, it wasn't done after the last meeting, but if it's done this time, we'll have an opportunity to speak to that plan as well. Like, you're not just going to leave this public meeting, we've made our comments, they do something completely different. We'll have an opportunity, I take it, to address the new plan as well.
Oh, to our Director of Planning to answer that question for you, Ms. Davy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question, Ms. Davy. This is the sole public meeting that will occur under the Planning Act, but any member of the public, including anybody who spoke today, can reach out to the planners on staff, and as we receive new information, we're more than happy to share that with the public as it comes in. And
So the onus will be on us to ask you to send us the new plans and the new amendments that are being sought.
That's correct, and
Okay.
it's simply a matter of we're not able to reach out to every member of the public for every application that happens in Wasaga Beach and keep everybody informed. So we do ask the public to freely reach out to us, and we will get back to you. We will share any new information that comes along. We've done this on a number of other projects as well, successfully. I can add that as a policy, staff are working on a way of, on our active development map to install a link where any new information can be automatically uploaded and automatically available to the public. That's something we're working on, but it's not available today, so I do encourage you to reach out to us.
No, and on that point, I would have to say that Samantha has been extremely responsive every time I've asked, because the bit.ly on the notice of hearing didn't work past the first day, for example. So I said, well, you know, where is it now? And she has always responded. So your staff is doing a wonderful job responding to inquiries from the public. I just needed to make sure we knew what the rules were, that the onus is on us to respond, to ask for more information and object and respond where we can. I take it that council has received all of the emails and letters that we have sent to either the planning department or the clerk. I know they would have received everything we sent to the clerk, but want to make sure they get everything that we sent to the planning department as well.
So I can answer that. So council does not receive everything that planning receives. I can tell you that this project is clearly a heightened level amongst our citizens. There's no doubt about that. And so I'm sure that staff are aware that we need to have good communication internally on this. I want to thank you for your comments on our staff. Our staff are heavily burdened with the workload, and they are great, so I truly appreciate that. We often hear only the other side, and so thank you for that, Ms. Davy. But we will absolutely make sure that we are aware of what's happening, and not only do you need to reach out to staff, but feel free to reach out to a member of council as well if you have questions or concerns. Council is not the experts in this, as you can imagine, and can't always answer your questions, but we can listen to your concerns.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on planning or development either, and so I spent many hours looking through these documents that have been posted, and I don't envy you the task, but I do hope that you will, as I'm sure you will, you'll do it and look at what's being proposed here, because it's truly inconsistent with anything that's gone on before. And on that point, you know, everyone here's talking about how long they've been at Wasaga Beach. We've been here 70 years. We used to have a beach court development at the bottom of 6th Street where it was called Starlight Gardens. Anyone remember that? It was a dance hall during the Second World War, right? So we've been here for a long time, and we remember more than when it was White's Cottage, White's Mini Golf. Remember the, and that's the other part. I'm sure that planning staff will work, and I know you're waiting on a decision from LPAT on what's going to happen with the Dunkerin 18th Street development of the, I think it's 14 townhouses. But I mean, that's got to be factored into all of this as well, because you're going to have 14 townhouses there potentially, 7 here, and then another 21. Give me a break. That's at that corner. It's not going to work. Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davey.
But thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who has a question? Or, okay. Let's make it brief, please. Thank you.
It's quick. So based on what Louisa was just saying and what this gentleman, based on what Louisa was saying and what this gentleman had said, should we be contacting Samantha as the sole contact, or who should we be contacting so that everything's all going to one place?
Yeah, so I think Samantha is leading this file. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Director, but if that is the case, then yes, you should be reaching out to Samantha.
Okay, so just Samantha.
All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forth? Okay, we're going to...
I just want to invite the council, if you would like to come to the area, I can give you my card with my number, and I can walk you through the concerns that have been expressed today. If I can approach at any point or leave it with the moderator, I just want you, if you're not sure about the area, and I know that we want to allow development as much as possible, and we don't want to be seen as a difficult town to deal with, as has been the past reputation of the building department of town of Wasaga Beach. So we don't want that. We want to invite developers, but at the same time, we want to respect the community and do what's right for the long term. So if you would like a tour of the area and I can bring out concerns, I'll leave you my number and you can call me if you want to.
All right, I'm sure council is well aware of this area, but if you want to leave that information, that's fine. They can reach out if need be.
Absolutely, I'm sure you are. But living is different night and day than just being around there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else who wishes to come forward, make comment or questions on this matter? I'll ask a second time. Okay.
I wish that they keep that sliver there for single-family homes. It deserves to be on a single-family homes with custom homes being built in that area. It's unique.
Thank you, Mr. Zamet. Anyone else? I'll ask a second time and a third time. All right, thank you very much for being here and sharing your questions and comments with us. And seeing there's no further comments or questions regarding these applications, I now declare this public meeting closed. Council will take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back.
Your Worship, Council has not been provided the opportunity to...
Oh, my apologies. Absolutely, thank you. My apologies. Before we go to that, so we'll reopen this meeting, and I'll look to our CAO first. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted, through the Mayor, to members of Council, to remind Council that public meetings, everything that is said is on the record. So Council, my recommendation would be to only ask questions of clarification and not to provide opinion on a matter that's before Council at this stage. That can occur later when a recommendation report comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. We'll look to Council then for questions or comments. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I brought this up at a number of meetings, and it was brought up by members of the residents related to some of the setbacks and some of the amendments. It doesn't impact, the total comments that were meant today, but we are, as a municipality, dealing with some very outdated bylaws that have been due to be updated. And many of the amendments or the setbacks that were referred to have taken place at every development. They're not precedent setting. They're not that, hey, we're approving this for the first time for this development. I believe some of what is being requested is quite commonplace in many of the developments. So I just wanted the members of the public to know that, and it's not related to overall everything you did, but I've asked on multiple occasions that we clarify that at the start of the presentations, because every time it confuses our residents that we're making all of these changes for the first time in the development in their neighborhood, and that's not the case. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's a very good point. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if my question is appropriate at this point in time, so I'll ask the CAO to let me know. I think that we all know, and I actually know that area very well because it's my preferred route if I'm traveling from my home in the west over to do my shopping, etc., and Shore Lane when I have a little more time. So I do love to drive that area, and I think a lot of our residents do. We do know that traffic ebbs and flows depending on the time, but also depending on the use of the properties. I live on a street where most of my neighbors are not around 10 months of the year, and if a car goes down the street, I kind of look out the window to see who that was. I was wondering, so sorry, long segue to ask this question. We know that traffic will be different whether they're full-time residents, which appears to be how the properties are being built, weekend property owners, or short-term rental. My question is, and I know that short-term rentals is a hot topic, but has planning staff started any work towards looking into policy for short-term rentals? Because that will also impact that neighborhood as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Director?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Councillor Timms for the question. As the town staff update both the official plan and the zoning bylaw, short-term rentals is decidedly a module that we are looking at. We understand that we are a tourist town, and currently the only regulation that we have in place to control them is the zoning bylaw, which stipulates that if it's a commercial accommodation zone, that would allow short-term rental. If it's residential zone, it would not allow short-term rental. Other municipalities are a little ahead of us on that curve, and we're looking at both best practices and best fit for Wasaga Beach. We expect that those documents will be brought forward in a draft form to council within this year, and also public process, going out to the public for comment on the whole of those documents, but also the short-term modules this year.
Thank you, Mr. Director. All right, moving on to Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is just a general question on things I've been learning since listening to many of these presentations. But today in particular, and earlier this week, it's stormwater keeps coming up. Stormwater, water runoff, drainage, flooding. So it's really for town. A few years back, I just happened to read an article in the paper, and it was about pavement that allows drainage. And because I too live close to the water, we have drainage on River Road. It's a problem throughout the beach. So I had looked up, and actually I just did go to Mr. Google today when it was quiet, and I looked up about, and I'd read about it. It's called permeable pavements. So it's really just something I'm throwing out to town staff. The city of Pickering obviously has implemented it. So it's just something to look at down the line when we're discussing all these developments and drainage in the beach. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eagle. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. More just a couple of brief comments, if I could. Appreciate everybody who's come out today and expressed your concerns. As Councillor Tim says, I'm very familiar with the area as well. It is a special spot. I would like to just sort of speak to the developers' community involvement. I think not only is their product a level of best practice, but they have been an outstanding community partner in regards to sponsorship of various initiatives and festivals and all kinds of things in our community. So I just wanted to clarify that for the public record. And to also draw attention to that between today's presentations of developments and what we saw last Friday, it's an accumulative total of 574 new units being built in our community. And we currently, as we're hearing, at this time, don't have a lot of the infrastructure, and especially school facilities. So I really encourage people to get really loud with the school board and also with the provincial government to start paying attention to the lack of funding that we're getting to get those supportive facilities in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, again, I apologize to Council for forgetting about your comments and to the public as well. It is a special area. Our whole town is special in my opinion, but this is certainly a special area, and I understand this corner exceptionally well. I was often in those traffic lineups growing up in my youth, which I rather enjoyed, but I understand why people may not. And Shore Lane is certainly a road or lane of concern with respect to its width and so on and so forth. So rest assured to the good folks here today, who we do appreciate you coming forward and letting us know your thoughts and comments and concerns. Be rest assured that staff have taken those notes, as has council, and they'll be speaking with the developer in this case, and looking to see what kind of things we can improve upon or not, and move forward from there in the best interest of Wasaga Beach. So I thank you very much. If there are no other further questions or comments, did I see your hand, Councillor? Councillor Timms?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I did have a question, and Deputy Mayor Snell kind of triggered it for me. I wondered what the conditions from the Simcoe County District School Board were. Does this have to do with busing children out of the community? I don't know if it would be a question for Samantha.
I think if you're referring to Deputy Snell's comments about the school board, I absolutely believe it's all about the fact that we are currently busing children out of our community. Children in kindergarten are currently being bused out of our community because of the lack of planning on behalf of the school board. And so although there is another elementary school planned in the near future, we're waiting for that development to start. There is still no further plans for a second or an additional elementary school to look after our students as we continue to grow and build. And as you know, we have no high school. But I do know that the current school board trustee, Mr. Mike Foley, is working hard on behalf of our children to get the board to get moving on a high school sooner rather than later. Deputy Mayor Snell, as you know, was our previous trustee, and even as deputy mayor is also working on that along with myself, my office, and staff. So, and of course, I know that that's the feeling of the whole council. So there's a lack of planning and responsibility on that front, and it's why I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Mayor Snell, she's encouraging people to reach out to the board and be very loud that our students deserve what every other student in this province, in this country have, and that's being able to attend elementary and high school within their own community. I hope. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from Council? Seeing none, we will now consider this public meeting hereby closed. Council, we will take a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 12 noon. Sorry, at 1. That clock's back, is it? All right. We'll reconvene at 1. Thank you very much. We'll call this meeting back to order. Under item number 4.3, public meeting, our third of the day is with respect
to a council decision on the matter. Here we go. So the subject lands are located on Sunnydale Road South and have frontage on Sunnydale as well. The total area is approximately 6 hectares, of which the developable area is approximately 1.6 hectares. Surrounding land uses include the Wasaga Sands community to the west, generally the Sunnydale Trail secondary plan area to the south, the Wasaga Beach Provincial Park lands to the east, and vacant development lands to the north, which are currently zoned and designated for high-density residential uses. There's a few different existing official plan designations that apply to the property that were established through previous planning applications, including an official plan amendment. Through those previous processes, there was significant species at risk habitat found on the property as reflected in the Natural Heritage Category 1 designation outlined in purple to the north of the property. There's also erosion hazards associated with the adjacent creek and watercourse. So the natural hazards designation applies to those erosion hazards and includes the necessary setbacks from the top of the slope. The open space designation shown in green encompasses the required setbacks and buffer zones from the species at risk habitat. And what's left is the developable portion of the lands designated as residential and shown in white. Again, through those previous application processes, there was significant input from the from the federal government and from the MBCA with respect to the species at risk. And as a result, there's site-specific policies that now apply to the property that include specific mitigation measures for those species at risk and set the cap on the maximum dwelling units at 42. And it just outlines, again, that the open space lands are only used for conservation purposes as a result of that required buffer from the species at risk habitat. The existing zoning applied to the lands reflects those previously discussed land use designations. Specifically, one zone is the Environmental Protection Exception 7 zone, where no development is permitted. And that consists of those species at risk habitat areas, the erosion hazard, as well as the both associated development buffers. The residential type 3 exception currently applied to the property includes a site-specific provision that basically recognizes a private street as a public street for the purpose of zoning, which then would facilitate the development of the lands as a plan of condominium. The proposed zoning, again, includes some reduced setbacks that would apply to the individual units internal to the property, and those setbacks would then be calculated from the limit of the unit boundaries as a result of the plan of subdivision and plan of condominium. There's a request to increase lot coverage to 45%. Again, the removal of the requirement to provide a play area. I do note that while that is requested, the applicants have included a private amenity area, including a playground, in their current development plan. And then the exception would maintain that private street functioning as, or being deemed as, a public road for the purpose of zoning. There's no other changes to the environmental protection zone or to the boundaries of either of the existing zones. The other application that these lands are currently subject to is a draft plan of subdivision in order to create individual development blocks and right-of-way blocks, which will ultimately be privately owned. And in the future, the applicant will be applying for a plan of condominium in order to establish the individual units. Comments received to date generally have no objections from the technical agencies, subject to standard draft plan conditions being included, and also the implementation of the natural heritage mitigation measures outlined not only in the official plan but also in the submitted environmental impact study. The one exception to that is Public Works, who have noted that they are not in support of the current road network and the dead-end streets provided internal to the development. So that's the conclusion of the overview of the application. I would encourage any members of the public that would like to provide any comments or feedback on the application to continue to submit those to the town. And if there's any specific questions about the application, please reach out to me and I'd be happy to provide any information or feedback that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. We'll now ask the agent on behalf of Sterling Homes to make their presentation. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. I am just going to share my screen. Okay. Is everyone able to see this? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I thought maybe you weren't able to hear me. Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Brandy Clement, and I am with the Jones Consulting Group. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the owners of 529 Sunnydale Road. We are going to just briefly explain the applications that have been submitted to the municipality, and then there are some other members of the consulting team that are here with me today to certainly answer any questions that the public or council may have following the presentation. So the lands are located on Sunnydale Road South. They have direct access, as mentioned, from Sunnydale Road, the total lot area being just over 6 hectares and the developable portion being 1.58 hectares. Currently, the lands are vacant They are adjacent to the Nottawasaga River on the east side. On the southeast side of the lands is McIntyre Creek. There's future residential to the north and single detached dwellings to the west, as well as the Sunnydale Trails secondary plan to the south. The lands were formerly, many decades ago, an aggregate pit. The applications that we have submitted to the municipality include a zoning bylaw amendment application, and this will rezone the land to a residential type 3 exception, R3-XX. This will facilitate the development of the units on the property with the exceptions that we are requesting, and I'll go into those in a little bit more detail later in the presentation. And the second zone being the EP-7 zone. This has been established, as was mentioned, and we are just further confirming that this portion of the property will remain as EP-7. The intent of the draft plan of subdivision application that we have submitted is to create blocks on a plan of subdivision so that a plan of condominium can be created at a later date. And then a site plan control application will be submitted in the future if this is required. So this is sort of a blow up of the concept plan that we have submitted. There is a total of 40 units that we're proposing within 6 blocks on the plan. They are located solely within the developable portion. There's 32 two-story townhouse units within blocks A, B, D, E, and F. So that is these blocks in this area. And then the remainder, block C, has what's proposed as bungalow townhouses. There's 8 in this block. The density proposed is approximately 26 units per net hectare. This is well within the medium density range per the town's official plan. There is a parkette that is provided on the northwest corner, in this corner of the property. There is also a small block within this area that is a pump station block. In the southwest corner of the property is the stormwater management area. Access to the lands off Sunnydale Road is adjacent to Andrew Court, which is across the street. Although not required, we are providing 2 little pockets of visitor parking spaces. So there's a total of 10 spaces. And then there's sidewalks proposed internally along the roadway to create an active pedestrian environment. They will link the dwellings to the parkette as well as to the visitor parking areas. This is the plan of subdivision, and this includes the entire property. So you can see in the yellow, this is identified as the blocks, and those are the residential blocks where the townhouses will be developed. The gray area is showing what will be called the common area in the condominium, and that is the roadways, as well as the parkette area, the stormwater management area, and the visitor parking spaces. And then the green area that you're seeing is the environmental protection lands. These renderings show the architectural designs in their preliminary form. They will be contemporary townhouses with a mix of materials, siding, stone. There is a mix of colors that will be provided. Dwellings will be 2 stories in height. The loft aspect of the bungalow, which is the renderings at the bottom of the screen, is at the front of the unit. So that allows for that 2-story presence along that facade in the streetscape in keeping with the 2-story townhouse units. All of the units will be designed with garages. Where feasible, the end units will have double car garages. The garages are set back slightly from the main wall of the house. There's front porches that are being provided. They're oriented toward the internal roadway, as well as there's windows provided in this area to promote more of an eyes on the street sort of feel, which contributes to that safe pedestrian environment. And then, as I mentioned, there's sidewalks that will be provided to allow for that pedestrian movement throughout the site. So generally, in my opinion, the proposed development conforms with the A Place to Grow growth plan. It's consistent with the provincial policy statement. I have outlined some policies on this slide that I'm not going to go into detail on, but these are discussed in depth in the planning justification report that was submitted as part of the application materials. Lands are designated settlements in the county's official plan. They're adjacent to the built boundary. Certainly, the settlement areas is where growth is to be directed throughout the county. As already noted, the lands are designated residential, open space, natural hazards, and natural heritage system category 1. There was a previous official plan amendment that was approved on these lands in 2016, and that established the current designations as they are today. This was part of the last County of Simcoe Municipal Comprehensive Review process, and the lands were designated at the time as rural. There was a program that the county ran, if you will, at the time where they had population allocation in addition to what was in the Places to Grow growth plan. And they were giving out that population allocation to various properties that were within settlement boundaries, but that were not necessarily approved at that point for urban uses, if you will. So these lands went through that program. And that was part of the extensive work that was completed to define the developable portion, as well as outline the species at risk on the property. And at that time as well, to determine that the allocation being gifted to the property would therefore limit the number of dwelling units to 42 on the property. Our client is proposing 40 units because they're providing a little bit wider townhouse units. Official plan amendment is not required for this development to move forward. As mentioned, there are also specific policies within the official plan, section 567, that outlines various mitigation measures that need to be followed when development is proposed on the property to protect the species at risk that are on the site. And certainly that is something that we will be doing moving forward. Lands are currently zoned residential type 3 holding -36, R3H-36. The residential type 3 zone does permit townhouse dwellings as we are proposing. The exception 36 relates to the development being proposed on a private roadway. This is the schedule for the application that we submitted for the zoning bylaw amendment. We are continuing to propose that we be within the residential type 3 zone, R3 zone. There are additional exceptions that we are requesting, as was mentioned in the staff's presentation. These refer to decreased front yard setbacks to 4 meters, decreased rear yard setback to 7.2 meters, decreased side yard setback to 1.5 meters, a decreased exterior width to 3 meters, and an increased lot coverage to 45%. And then we are just further confirming or acknowledging that the fact that these units will be on a private roadway moving forward. As mentioned also in staff's presentation, there is no development proposed for the EP-7 zone. This zone will remain as it is today. Regarding servicing, the water and sewer will be provided from Sunnydale Road. Due to the topography of the site, a sanitary pump station as well as a force main will be required for the subject lands. Stormwater management control, I had identified there was an area on the property. This is designed as an end of pipe control for both the quality and quantity, which matches the pre to post development conditions. All utilities that are available to that area will be provided to the site. Regarding traffic, there is There was a traffic impact study that was completed and was submitted with the applications. There are no roadway improvements that are needed to develop these lands. The report concluded that the development will not cause any negative impact to the traffic flow in this area. And then to conclude, the proposed applications conform to the applicable policies of the Place to Grow growth plan, as well as the provincial policy statement they are consistent with. They also conform with the policies of the County of Simcoe official plan, as well as the town's official plan. The proposed density is appropriate for this area and for these lands. We are introducing an additional typology into this area. The applications facilitate residential development on the site. This site is within the settlement boundary of the town. It is within an area that's identified by the town for development. The development will be compatible with the surrounding land uses. It is an efficient use of this property. As noted, the lands were previously approved to permit 42 units. And the development utilizes both existing and proposed infrastructure, while also taking into consideration the large environmental protection area around the site and avoiding any negative impacts to that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandy. We'll now ask our Deputy Clerk if there are any members of the public through Zoom who have any questions. We see nobody here in the audience.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have anybody registered, but I will do one final call through for all the Zoom attendees to see if anybody has questions or comments. Please turn on your microphone and camera now. Not seeing any, Your Worship.
All right, and we have no one here in the audience either, so we'll now move to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to developer here. Just with regards to the dead-end streets and the snow clearing, like how does that work out? How do they get that snow piled up and their trucks out?
Thank you. Yes, so we are, I will also say that we have been working on reviewing our concept plan to see how we could provide some sort of a turnaround for this reason. And per the comments from the engineering department, we have identified snow areas around the site. There's some separation between the dead end part of the street, if you will, and the developable portion of the boundary in different areas that we have identified as snow storage areas. But we, as I say, we are working with engineering staff currently on mitigating that right now further with them.
Thank you. Supplementary, Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that's great, but also too, like how, like you got to get the truck out, so they need to be able to turn around. I wouldn't want to get into a situation where they were driving down the street, and this would go for the garbage trucks and anybody else accessing it, construction and whatnot, have to go down and then back their way down the street to the main area to turn around. So that's the only concern I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, if I understand it correctly, you've requested to remove the requirement for a play area. Is that correct?
Brandy?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So originally when we submitted, that was what I had identified in the text and the request, but we are actually providing an amenity space on the property. So I will say that was put on there in error.
So to be clear, there will be an amenity space, playground, or something to that effect?
Correct, yes.
All right, thank you. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar to Councillor White's question, and this is, although our developer presenter wasn't privy to our last presentation, the ability to remove snow from your driveway and effectively store it between some of these homes would be challenging. Maybe not in a winter like we had this year, but on many winters, it would almost appear that they, in some cases, it doesn't even look like there's across the street opportunities. So is that given careful consideration?
Thank you, Councillor Brandy.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. As I say, that is something that we are reviewing, and we did review when we submitted. We felt that we had provided appropriate areas for snow storage as well as for snow removal. But that's something that we'll continue to work with staff on as we move forward in the process. Absolutely.
Thank you, Brandy. Any comments from staff with respect to that? No? All right, Councillor Timms, did I see your hand?
No, but I guess you know me, Your Worship. I'm not sure. The question isn't for Brandy, but we know that with all the development on that road, it's going to be much heavier, intense traffic. And while you only have 42 units trying to get out onto Sunnydale, to our staff, is there plans to put traffic lights along Sunnydale at any of those driveways out into the roadway?
Mr. Director?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to redirect that to Travis, the planner on the file, and perhaps he can speak to comments that we received from public service and whether that was a factor.
All right, thank you. Travis?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, at this point, it's my understanding that there's no planned intersection improvements with respect to this specific development. That said, in the review of this particular file and the file adjacent to it, Public Works has identified future upgrades for Sunnydale Road in anticipation of not only these developments, but as well as the Sunnydale secondary plan build-out. I don't have the specific answer for you on what intersections may or may not be improved, but we'll certainly endeavor to provide that clarification in the staff report when it comes forward.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. With Public Works having some concerns or reservations, did it also is part of those reservations around the fact that there's only one way in and one way out? No alternative as a second, should there be an issue or an emergency at that main entrance for emergency purposes? And then I just have another quick comment or question.
Travis?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. There wasn't an identified concern or any noted requirement for that emergency access. I believe that it's about 100 units. That's when a secondary access or a certain distance is exceeded from that access, that secondary access is required. So engineering services hasn't identified that one is necessary in this particular case.
Did you say you possibly had a second question, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really sounding like a broken record, but just noting on the comments received, Simcoe County District School Board, accommodation in a local public school is not guaranteed. So, yeah, thank you.
I think you're just trying to get me going, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor DeLeo, did you have anything? All right, seeing no others, I just have a few comments and questions. I guess the first one that just, Travis, you just talked to Public Works looking at future build-out of Sunnydale Road, and I guess my question is, if we're looking at that in future, we know the development that's planned there currently, why are we not looking at that sooner rather than later and perhaps having the developer look to pay for that? Once the development's done, it's on us. So I guess it's a question, first of all, and maybe someone here can or can't answer it, but if not, I'd like to see it taken back and come back to council as to why we're not looking to do that at this point as opposed to waiting when it's on the taxpayer.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll bring that concern to the attention of the Director of Public Works and flush this topic out to see if there's any movement or ability to capture some of those costs through this development.
All right, thank you very much. In looking at the plan, I think it looks great. I love the architecture, I love the style. I do have some concerns, not only for snow removal and garbage, but especially for emergency vehicles, fire. What we don't need is fire trucks having to back up, and in this day and age, when we're planning, I'm really a little perplexed that this isn't considered, that we have dead-end roads without at least a substantial cul-de-sac or whatever, that a fire truck can go down and turn around, an ambulance or whatever. So just a comment there. And I just want to be clear, so this is the old Seeley and Arnell pit, correct?
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct.
So if I'm, I just want to make sure I'm clear on the location. So we're not digging out any more of that dune that's there. We're simply where the pit was, the flat portions, or will we be going up into that dune further?
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Clement went into some detail on the protection of that. It was discussed in 2019 when the official plan was considered for these lands. It was all part of the growth plan. And in part of that consideration, the Ministry of Natural Resources of the day came forward and identified that that dune is a significant feature and directly relevant to the health of the hognose snake and to the continuance of that population. It's a nesting area, and so that's why the lands of the dune, and there's a big section along the base of the dune where housing doesn't encroach. There's a buffer to the base of the dune, which is also zoned and designated as environmental protection. And it's to recognize that it is a significant habitat for that snake.
So then, to be clear, we're looking basically at the part that's cleared now and flat.
That's correct, Your Worship. And in fact, part of the cleared and flat area, I can't remember the dimensions, but extending outward from the base of the dune is also protected. So I think there was one of the earlier slides that showed the zoning boundary and the footprint of the lands to be altered and developed upon. There's a buffer between where the backyards would be and the foot of that sand hill.
As well as along Lamont Creek there, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions and comments. Seeing no more from council, if there are any further comments or questions regarding these applications, you can forward that to town planning staff, and I now declare this public meeting closed. We'll move on to item number 4.4 in the agenda. It's our final public meeting of the day with respect to 1926 Mosley Street. We'll open this public meeting, and this is a public meeting regarding the proposed site-specific amendments of the town's zoning bylaw for 1926 Mosley Street development. The subject lands are municipally addressed as 1926 Mosley Street. The application being considered is proposed zoning bylaw amendment file number ZB04-22. This public meeting is an opportunity for members of the public to learn more about the proposed development. The chair will keep the meeting in order and allow the applicant, the public, and members of council to speak and ask questions. No decisions are being made at this public meeting. It is simply an opportunity to learn and provide feedback. Please advise that if you must make a please be advised that you must make a request in writing if you wish to receive a notice of any decision of council regarding this application. Town planning staff will now make a brief presentation and will provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Joel, welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Smith, members of council, and individuals of the public who are in attendance. The purpose of today's public meeting is for application by Apex Technical, care of Hamid Razavi, for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment file ZB04/22. A very quick overview. So I'm going to go over the purpose of the public meeting, followed by the planning application process. I'll then go into a quick introduction of the applications that have been submitted, followed by a brief presentation of the subject lands and the proposed development, and I'll follow with a brief summary of any comments that have been received to date. So the purpose of the public meeting: a public meeting is required under the Planning Act for zoning bylaw amendment applications. Town staff are introducing the applicant's proposal to council and the general public. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity to the public for sharing written comments and making oral submissions to council. So where we currently stand in the planning application process is the public meeting. And following the public meeting, there will be continued internal staff review as well as external agency review, followed by a staff recommendation report to Joint Committee and Council. There will be a council decision, and following the decision, an appeal period. The proposal overview, an application for zoning bylaw amendment, town file number ZB04/22, was submitted on behalf of Apex Technical, care of Hamid Razavi. The subject land, shown in the red border, is located at the intersection of Mosley Street and 45th Street North, and is situated on the northeast corner of that intersection. The lot area is currently approximately 4,195 square meters. I would like to point out that there is a typo in the presentation that identifies hectares. It is 4,195 square meters, or 45,164.6 square feet. A frontage of approximately 57.18 meters, or 187.59 feet along Mosley Street, and approximately 51.84 meters, or 170.07 feet of frontage along 45th Street North. The surrounding land uses to the north are medium and low density residential. To the south, we have district commercial. To the east is district commercial, and to the west is district commercial. The subject land is municipally addressed as 1926 Mosley Street and is legally described as Concession 15, Part Lot 1. The existing official plan designation is district commercial, and the surrounding land uses would be low-density residential, medium-density residential, open space, and district commercial. Likewise, with the zoning, the existing zoning of the property is district commercial, and surrounding zones would be the district commercial exception 5 holding to the west, residential type 1 to the north, residential type 3 exception 23 to the north, and district commercial to the east and to the south. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the subject land to district commercial exception, and the site-specific zone provisions would include residential uses up to 10 dwelling units permitted in a non-residential building contained above the first story, as well as a reduction to the required number of parking spaces associated with a commercial component. There are other applications submitted for associated with this. That application would be Site Plan Control File SP01/23. And a summary of the comments that have been received to date. Town Engineering has provided comments indicating that there are no concerns with the requested zoning bylaw amendment as proposed by the applicant. There will be forthcoming submissions that will be going over the bulk of engineering and planning comments. Enbridge Gas Incorporated has provided comments indicating no objection to the proposed application, but has requested to reserve the right to amend or remove development conditions. Hydro One have reviewed the proposed development and have no comments or concerns at this time. Their preliminary review considers issues affecting Hydro One high voltage facilities and corridor lands only. Simcoe County District School Board have provided comments indicating no objection to the proposed development and have provided conditions to be included in any future agreement. Simcoe County has provided comments that the county will not be able to provide waste collection services to the proposed development and provided conditions to be included in any future agreement. Simcoe-Muskoka Catholic District School Board has provided comments indicating no objection to the proposed application and provided conditions to be included in any future agreement. We have received some comments and concerns from residents in the nearby neighborhood. Some of those concerns and comments concern the automatic car wash that's in proximity to the proposed residential units. There are safety concerns with children and prospective users of those residential units with incoming and outgoing vehicles on the site. There's concerns with the lack of amenity space location, automobile traffic on the property, density of the residential units on the property, and there's a concern with how the noise associated with the automatic car wash may impact the residential development. And that would not only be the residential development proposed for this development, but also the residential development pre-existing to the north. In concluding remarks, this is a public meeting which is required by the Planning Act. Town staff are presenting the applicant's proposal. A detailed review of the applications is ongoing but is not yet complete, and staff will be providing a recommendation report to council at a later date. At this point, I'd just like to say thank you, and if there is anyone who would like to request any additional information, please feel free to send any requests to planning@wasagabeach.com. There's also a link there that has all the submission materials at this point in time that's available to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. We'll now ask that the applicant or their agent make a brief presentation and then provide further details with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Good afternoon and welcome. Jonathan?
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes?
And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Jonathan Sasso. I'm a planning consultant acting on behalf of the owner of the property. I have a brief presentation for you today that I'd like to take you through. So the property is located on the north side, the northeast corner of Mosley Street and 45th Street North. The lot area is 0.41 hectares. It has a frontage of 52.25 meters along Mosley Street, additional frontage of 60.35 meters along 45th Street North, and an additional 64.11 meters along Puccini Drive in the rear. The site is currently occupied by an existing gas bar with associated retail building, as well as a vacant accessory building towards the rear of the property. Currently, the site is accessed via two right-in, right-out accesses onto Mosley Street, a full move accesses onto 45th Street, and two additional full move accesses from Puccini Drive. The site is currently serviced by municipal water and wastewater infrastructure. So now I'll speak a little bit to the development proposal. The owner is seeking approval to permit a mixed-use residential commercial development. The development proposes the construction of a retail commercial building, an automated car wash facility, and a 3-story mixed-use building containing ground floor commercial and 10 residential units on the upper levels. The existing gas pumps and overhead canopy are proposed to be retained and incorporated into the development proposal. The proposal will be serviced by a network of internal drive aisles, which provide access to the access to the various buildings, the service areas, and parking areas. The buildings have been oriented in a manner that ensures that on-site movements of trucks are safely accommodated, and they do not obstruct existing or planned pedestrian routes, parking areas, or service locations. The proposal proposes 56 parking spaces, including 4 barrier-free spaces. This is a rendering of the proposed mixed-use residential commercial building. This building has been oriented along the frontage of Puccini Drive, providing an appropriate separation distance from the existing gas bar and from the automated car wash and from busy Mosley Street. The siting of the building will also maintain the existing residential character along Puccini Drive. This is an elevation of the proposed commercial convenience store building. This convenience store is proposed to be located along the southeast corner of the site, adjacent to the existing gas pump, and will function as an integrated extension of the gas bar use. The location of the convenience store will also take advantage of a high degree of exposure along Mosley Street and will maximize accessibility from pedestrians and motorists. This is a rendering of the proposed car wash facility. The car wash facility is co-located with the convenience store, approximately mid-block on the site, which will maximize its visual impact on the adjacent roadways. The location of the site queuing lane related to the car wash facility has been organized to optimize site circulation and traffic flow and will not impede on the traffic movements through and from the site. In terms of the existing policy framework, the subject lands is designated district commercial, which permits a wide range of cultural, retail, tourist accommodation, automotive, institutional, and accessory residential uses. The subject land is zoned district commercial based on the in force and effect Town of Wasaga Beach zoning bylaw. Permitted uses in this zone category include residential uses, provided that a dwelling unit is contained above the first story of a commercial building, as well as non-residential uses, including a car wash and gasoline retail facilities, retail stores, etc. This district commercial zone also establishes a number of zone provisions and development standards which regulate how the land may be used. 2 development applications were submitted in support of the development proposal, the first being a zoning bylaw amendment application, which seeks to modify the site's current commercial district zoning in order to address a number of zoning deficiencies and implement site-specific development standards related to the proposal, including addressing a minor parking shortfall. Additionally, the current zoning already permits for 1 residential dwelling unit in an upper level of a non-residential building, whereas 10 are being proposed through this development proposal. A site plan approval application has also been submitted concurrently with the zoning bylaw amendment application in order to fully implement the development proposal. The site plan application will implement the arrangement of the site and its various design features, including landscaping elements, parking, and other technical aspects of the development proposal. A number of supporting studies and plans have been submitted for technical review by staff in order to determine the appropriateness and merits of the application. These include a planning justification report, architectural plans, a functional servicing and stormwater management report, site servicing and grading plans, geotechnical report, and a traffic impact study. That concludes my presentation for today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council or members of the public may have. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I'll now look to Madam Clerk. If they have clearly nobody here in the audience, is there anyone on a Zoom call?
Thank you, Worship. I do not have anybody formally registered, but I will reach out to the members on Zoom to see if anyone would like to make a question or comment. Please turn on your camera and microphone now. I'm not seeing any, Your Worship.
All right, so having no members of the public here or on Zoom to ask any questions or make any comments, I will look to Councillor Timms for her comments. Councillor Timms?
Thank you. I have a question regarding if there's any idea how many commercial units will be in the building.
Jonathan?
For the consultation, I think. For the consultant?
Yep, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. I believe there's 4 units proposed, but this is still flexible and subject to design modifications.
All right, thank you. Supplemental, go ahead, councillor.
I have some comments. I live right in that neighborhood and I love it. When I was campaigning and I met with a lot of people who lived on Puccini, both in the newer townhomes as well as in the existing residential single-family units, there's a number of children that live on that street, and the parents are really concerned about the traffic flow there. The existing townhouses park on that south side of Puccini because they don't have enough room for their own cars. Trucks enter the plaza adjacent to that property from Puccini, and trucks also park on Puccini as they await getting into the plaza or getting a cup of coffee. Cars travel quickly around the corner from 45th, and I do believe that with the commercial being on Puccini, customers will want to park in front of the shops that they go to, despite the fact that parking is available. So my question, I think, is more directed to staff. Is there any thought in putting sidewalks on that street at some time to coincide with this development?
So we'll look to Joel first.
Through you, Mayor Smith, certainly there has been discussions with the Public Works Department about improving the area, and one of those discussions is with sidewalks. I believe there has been a decision to go forth and put the installation of sidewalks within that area on 45th. So I think that is in place at this point, but I would confirm through the staff recommendation report at a later date.
Councillor Timms?
Thank you, that's good to know. And I must say that I do think this commercial building with rental apartments, I'm assuming that they are rental apartments, are an excellent, in an excellent location for the 45th Street commercial hub. So I'm quite happy to see that. I do also have some concerns about noise from the car wash. And not so much for the townhouses that are already existing and the houses that are close by, but some of those units, residential units, will be very close to that car wash. And I used to live myself close to a car wash when I was in the city, and I can tell you that it is used 24/7. So I don't know how that noise can be mitigated, or if it is loud from the outside. I've always been in that type of car wash on the inside, so I'm not sure about that. But I can understand the public having concern about noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, about the noise, I've fielded a number of complaints with the car wash in the east end of town. And in fact, in their case, the dryer, which is most noisy, was on the opposite end of the car wash as the complaints were coming from. In this case, the flow looks like the dryers will be on the end closest to the commercial residential units. So again, I don't know how far they've come as far as mitigating the noise from car washes, but those dryers are extremely noisy, and if the flow was in the opposite direction on the car wash, your noise would be going out to Moseley, and it would probably not be as great a cause of concern.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Jonathan, I'm just looking at the drawing that's on page 3 of your presentation. When I try to blow it up to actually see what the buildings are assigned to, it makes it a little bit difficult. Would you mind, for the benefit of myself and maybe some of the public that are watching, to sort of walk us through that diagram? You can clearly see the big chunk that's the mixed-use commercial residential, but just in particular about the car wash and the variety store and the existing buildings as they stand today, if you don't mind, please.
Sure. Through Your Worship, I believe I will share my screen again. So what you're looking at is a site plan, and so towards the Puccini Drive frontage, you are seeing that large irregular shaped building, which would be devoted to the at-grade retail with the above-grade residential units. Moving towards Moseley Street, around the midway point of that site, furthest away from 45th Street North, close to the adjacent lot. That is the location of if you can see my cursor, that is the location of the proposed car wash facility. Okay, moving closer to Moseley Street, this hatched area here is going to be the new proposed convenience commercial store. And the existing components relate to the car wash facility, which is this area. This is the overhead and the garage and the pumps associated with that gas station, the existing gas station use, I may say. Does that provide clarity?
Happy with that, Deputy Mayor Snell? Yes, it does. Thank you, Jonathan. So just keep that up there.
Of course.
If you don't mind. So the large area where your cursor just was is the canopy?
This is the existing canopy, Your Worship, correct.
How many pumps will be there?
I don't have that. Whatever is existing today, Your Worship. Sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
All right. And so is there any possibility with respect to the car wash that they have it enter from the Puccini Drive side, so the north side, and exit on the south side? Is that a question maybe we could ask and get answered in the near future?
That's something that we can definitely explore and come back to staff with.
I think that may help a great deal, because I used to be in the gas station car wash business, and with car washes that can easily do 50,000 washes a year. The noisy part of a car wash is the blower.
Yep.
And unfortunately, by the time the blower comes on, that's when the door opens, and that's when the noise begins. So if that was to exit, is my belief that if that was to exit to the south, not only would it take away a lot of that noise to the residential at Puccini Drive, but the convenience store in that building there would help also mitigate noise. Now, having said that, the people who are renting there are going to hear that. But that'll be a decision for them to make when they decide whether to rent or not rent in that location. So that's something I'd like to see come back to staff from the developer to see if they can't move that around the other direction. I think that would help a great deal.
It's a reasonable request, Your Worship, and we'll definitely explore opportunities to implement that.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing no other questions or comments from council, I want to thank everyone for their presentation today, and I will therefore ask now that, seeing that there are no further comments or questions regarding these applications, I will now declare this public meeting closed. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, staff. All right, moving on to item number 5 in the agenda, confirmatory bylaw 2023-39, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach at its special meeting held Tuesday, March 16th, 2023 at 10 a.m. be received and to be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered number 2023-39. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That motion is carried unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.